Chapter 446. The temperature was cold, and the surroundings were filled with strange rocks. Craters could be seen everywhere, and the spaceship outside the atmosphere was the guide. Han Xiao led the two of them in this direction. Although the gravity of this planet was high, it had little effect on Grade B supers. After trekking for a while, a spaceship wreckage appeared in front of them. This was Ghidorah's research spaceship. The light gold shell was covered in black dust, and the body of the spaceship was twisted due to the impact. There was a trench hundreds of meters long behind it, and all kinds of spaceship parts were scattered around. It could be seen that it had slid for a while after crashing. Hurles looked at the tactical screen and said, it's dead silent, and there are no traces of thermal imaging. I think we should go over and take a look. Oh, thank you for making a suggestion that no one thought of. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Hurles shrugged. You're really getting gentler and gentler. I keep feeling like you're targeting me. I'm only polite to strangers. I'm really flattered. Hurles was helpless. He changed the topic and said, your mechanical suit has quite a lot of functions. Why, the armor your brother left you doesn't have these functions? My brother knows me too well. He knows that I don't like those fancy functions, so the mechanical suit he tailor-made for me has the highest combat performance. You'll know how strong the enemy is with one slash. There's nothing to analyze, Hurles said. Speaking of which, those people at home took my armor and studied it for a year. I even gave them my brother's notebook, so they should have some results. How about we find time to go back and get the armor? Han Xiao sounded surprised. You can actually come up with a reliable suggestion. I didn't expect that. Hurles was speechless. He really wanted to draw his sword, but he had to maintain his smile. The three of them came to the wreckage. This was a small research spaceship that was divided into several levels of cabins. It was more than 10 meters tall, and more details were revealed in front of them. There was a large hole on the side of the ship, and the cabin door was still closed. Han Xiao looked around the cabin. It was pitch black inside, and there was no light. It seemed like the system was basically paralyzed. Let's go in and see if there are any survivors or corpses, Hurles said. Han Xiao said. Although he remembered the situation of the mission, it was not the right time. He did not know if there were any subtle changes. After walking around the cabin, there was no one. Han Xiao switched to the tracking interface and found some messy footprints. Extracting the latest traces, he found that these people had not left the spaceship. There were also traces of human bodies being dragged on the floor of some rooms. Well, it's obvious that the shield didn't protect them completely. Some of them fainted, and no one's footprints left the spaceship. It seems like everyone disappeared into thin air. The hatch is closed, which means that the hole was caused by something else. It seems like there are some special life forms on this planet, which should be the reason why the crew disappeared. Han Xiao spoke fluently. He walked around the scene and did a simple investigation. The situation was not much different from the mission in his previous life. He immediately felt relieved. Ever since his intelligence attribute increased, he found that his memory had also increased. Some of the originally blurry memories had become clearer. The evaluation of the mission depended on the results of the investigation, so although Han Xiao knew where the boss was, he was not in a hurry to go there. He went to the main control room of the spaceship, found the AI system, and manually rebooted the spaceship system. The spaceship shook violently, and all the rooms inside lit up. Reboot complete. Self-check in progress. Damage rate 72%. Most of the equipment is paralyzed. Fuel leaked. Energy remaining at 3%. Activating advanced energy-saving mode, Han Xiao pressed a few buttons. Activate the spaceship's camera. Insufficient energy. Request rejected. Switch to manual mode. Please verify the investigator's ID. Han Xiao thought for a while, opened the communicator, searched for a while in the memo, and keyed in Kurlod's ID. Connecting to the headquarters database. Connection failed. Signal received unknown interference. Connecting to the headquarters database. Connection successful. Verifying. Verification failed. This ID is not in the crew's name list. Ghidorah's operating system is really rubbish. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He simply removed the outer shell of the AI system and took out the smart chip. It would be the same if he brought the chip back to the space station. Removing the various cores of the spaceship could improve his evaluation if he brought them back. Then, the three of them walked out of the cabin. There were no more valuable clues inside. Hurles hesitated. If the crew was captured by some kind of creature, but there are no traces of any creature walking outside, so that unknown creature can fly, right? How are we going to find it? Han Xiao touched the edge of the hole. There was a layer of ice here. He said, the rest of the spaceship is not frozen, only here. The water vapor is from that creature. The temperature here is so low. If there is a water source, it should be a geothermal hot spring. It might be underground. This creature probably used it as its nest. Hurles' eyes lit up. Those investigators might still be alive. I don't know, Han Xiao said perfunctorily. There's another spaceship wreckage nearby. Let's go take a look. Soon, they found the wreckage of the second research spaceship. It was also empty, but the traces this time were different. There were messy footprints outside the spaceship, and there were even traces of a battle. This spaceship belonged to the second batch of investigators. They were stronger, so they still had the strength to resist after falling. However, the result was obvious: they were all defeated. There are more traces of ice on the ground, but there is no blood. No one should have died. There are very few traces of a battle. Obviously, this group of investigators did not have the strength to fight back. After looking at the clues, Han Xiao removed all the cores of the spaceship with ease. He then said, "Let's go. I think I know where that creature is." Following the route in his memory, Han Xiao led the two of them forward quickly without stopping. The normal way was to collect more traces nearby to find the boss's nest, but there was also the possibility that they could not find it. If that was the case, the mission rating would not be high. In his previous life, there were more spaceship wreckages, which meant that there were more clues. Now, the number of clues was several times less, which was more disadvantageous. However, he did not need to go through so much trouble and directly went to the location in his memory. Soon, they found a hidden cave at the bottom of a crater. There were traces of excavation. The cave was about 4 to 5 meters wide and was not too narrow. The passage slanted downward. The three of them slid down the passage for a while and finally stepped on the ground. They were surrounded by a dark underground space. The temperature here was much higher than on the surface. There was only one passage in front, and behind them was a dead end. He turned on his night vision and walked forward for a while. There was a fork in the road. Han Xiao walked to the left without hesitation. The temperature in front was getting higher and higher. Hurles tentatively took off his helmet and felt it. He said, "This temperature is quite comfortable. We're almost there. Get ready for battle," Han Xiao said. The three of them walked to the end of the passageway. There was an underground lake here. The lake water was boiling and bubbling, and a thick mist filled the lake. This lake was like a hot spring. There should be a geothermal area below to form this hot spring. At this moment, there was a scream from the hot spring. "Who are you?" A naked Ghidorah person popped her head out of the hot spring with a surprised expression. Water flowed down her curvy body. This was a woman. Hurles looked down, then up, back and forth a few times. Suddenly, he realized something. "You're Lenny. You know me." The female Ghidorah was shocked. She was Naraja's wife. "We're mercenaries. We accepted your husband's request to come and rescue you. Where are the others?" Hurles asked. "That's great. Finally, someone came to rescue us. The others are..." Lenny's face was filled with joy, but her expression suddenly changed. She said in a hurried tone, "Don't just stand there. It's coming out." As soon as she said that, a small whirlpool formed in the middle of the hot spring lake. Something big was floating on the surface. A tsunami-like wave formed in the small lake, and the water splashed all over them. Boom! The waves flipped, and a strange creature jumped out of the lake. It floated in the air and turned toward the three of them on the shore. "What is this?" Hurles' eyes widened. Interstellar beast, a cosmic creature born among the stars. It can fly in the universe with its physical body and use the gravity of the planet to increase its speed to the standard of a spaceship. Although it can't warp and often has to fly alone for thousands of years, the lifespan of an interstellar beast is almost infinite. They can continuously transform and renew the cells in their body. It's very rare. Mags can summon interstellar beasts through an ancient ritual spell and perform directional teleportation that ignores physical distance. However, they summon interstellar beasts more to hunt them. The interstellar beast's body is a very rare material. Han Xiao quickly explained. The interstellar beast in front of them had a strange appearance. It had a blue-purple slender body that was dozens of meters long. It did not have any shell or hair and was smooth. Its skin had a translucent texture, and there was a dense glow under its skin. It did not have any limbs, and it was narrow in the front and back and wide in the middle. It extended on both sides like fins. Its head did not have any facial features such as a mouth, eyes, or nose, only a long tentacle. At the tip of the tentacle was a crystal. Its appearance was somewhat similar to an aquatic creature. The interstellar beast spun in the air like a fish swimming in the water. Its tentacle shook, and Han Xiao suddenly felt an invisible force trying to pull him in front of the interstellar beast. His body was lifted into the air uncontrollably. Herles took the initiative to attack. The battleship slicing blade slashed out and hit the interstellar beast's body. However, it immediately exploded into light fragments. The interstellar beast was not injured at all. It was not even pushed back at all. An interstellar creature that can travel through the universe with its physical body. Don't expect to be able to hurt it easily. Han Xiao took out his electromagnetic gun and fired. The bullet bounced off the interstellar beast's body, and the lowest damage one appeared. The interface immediately showed the interstellar beast's attributes. Interstellar beast level. Class, interstellar creature, interstellar beast, endurance to health points conversion ratio, 1:500, attribute, strength, agility, endurance 500, intelligence, mysterious, charm 153, luck, energy, 0 energy rank, health points, 249986 status, normal specialization, unknown skill, unknown. Han Xiao nodded in his mind. He already knew the interstellar beast's attributes. It was an interstellar creature with extremely high health points. It was definitely a boss model. Furthermore, its physical and magic resistance was very high. There was almost no damage to its body. In his previous life, the players had been wiped out once here and only found a way to defeat it the second time. The interstellar beast's weakness was its tentacle crystal. It had almost no resistance and was as fragile as a man's vitals. Basically, every hit could cause real damage. Every time the accumulated damage reached 50,000, the interstellar beast's resistance would decrease by 20%, and it could start to attack normally. The interstellar beast's attack was similar to telekinesis. It was good at control and could change the trajectory of bullets aimed at its vitals. The advantage was that it did not have enough attack power. The only way to defeat it was to slowly grind it down. Chapter 447. Its enormous body blocked all vision. Compared to it, Han Xiao was extremely small, like the difference between a sparrow and an elephant. The invisible psychic power that wrapped around Han Xiao did not have any intention of attacking. It seemed like the interstellar beast only wanted to drag Han Xiao in front of it and observe him curiously. The attack just now was like a tickle to the interstellar beast. In mid-air, 2 rows of propulsion nozzles appeared on the back of Han Xiao's mechanical suit. Turbulent airflow gushed out, and the acceleration allowed him to break free from the psychic power's control. The electromagnetic scythe unfolded instantly and slashed at the interstellar beast's tentacle. Clang! The scythe slashed on the crystal and created dazzling sparks. The interstellar beast's tentacle suddenly shrunk, and its body wrinkled. Its vital part was hit, and its posture was distorted. This slash dealt almost 1,000 points of damage. Compared to its tough body, the tentacle had almost no resistance. Suddenly, the light on the interstellar beast's tentacle suddenly increased by dozens of times, like a flash bomb that exploded out of nowhere. It was extremely dazzling and filled the entire underground cave. Han Xiao and Herless mechanical suit's vision turned white. Before they could adjust, a huge force suddenly hit them. The two of them were pushed away, and their backs slammed into the cave wall. Boom! The shockwave caused by the psychic power explosion reverberated in the cave. The lake and the cave shook. Countless rocks fell into the overturned underground hot spring, creating splashes. Look, it's angry. Han Xiao twisted his neck and chuckled. The wrist armor revealed tubes that were flashing with blue light. Compressed orbs shot out and quickly turned into cannons. Bang! 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 In a split second, a violent metal storm erupted in the cave. Countless bullets hit the interstellar beast's body. The tentacle emitted psychic power and formed a shield, deflecting the bullets. Herless jumped up and landed on the interstellar beast. Close combat was his forte. The battleship slicing blade spun like the wind. The vigorous energy of the pugilist surged endlessly. His blade technique was sharp and heavy. He slashed along the interstellar beast's spine. Although the strength was no different from a massage to the interstellar beast, it was still impressive. The path was aimed at the tentacle on its head. The interstellar beast was extremely agile. It flipped and spun in the air. Herless wanted to stabilize his stance, but the interstellar beast's skin was very smooth. There was no leverage point, not even a hair. In comparison, Arosha played a bigger role. After energy transformation, psychic power could not control her body. It could only disturb her energy frequency, which was almost useless. She easily flew to the top of the interstellar beast's head and gently held the interstellar beast's tentacle. But in the next moment, the highly compressed energy in her palm exploded with a dazzling light. Boom! Boom! The explosions did not stop. The interstellar beast was convulsing from the explosions. Just think about it. When your vitals were hit by a boxer like a sandbag, the feeling was indescribable. Han Xiao felt pain just looking at it. If it were not for the fact that the interstellar beast did not have any organs to make sounds, he was sure that this interstellar beast's cries would be very ecstatic. You're practically breaking my dick. After Arosha entered Grade B, the strength of her Esper ability skyrocketed. Now that she was the #1 damage dealer, she was very useful. The three of them surrounded the interstellar beast and fought passionately. Psychic power kept exploding. Bullets rained down, sabers slashed, and energy blasts chased after the enormous interstellar beast and exploded into balls of light. Hualala! Although this was only an underground lake, the sound of the battle was like an ocean being overturned. Lenny and a few other naked Godora people hurriedly climbed out of the hot spring. They leaned against the cave wall and looked up at the battlefield nervously. They could not interfere in the battle between Grade B supers as they were afraid of being affected. The battle was intense. The interstellar beast's HP slowly but steadily decreased. Even if it protected its vitals, there would be a time when its defense would be broken. The interstellar beast's psychic power was only limited to pushing and controlling objects. Its attack power was very limited to Han Xiao, so he did not have to worry about it. Not long after, the interstellar beast's HP dropped by 50,000, and its resistance dropped. The damage dealt by the three of them suddenly increased, and they fought even faster. Although space creatures had thick hides and flesh, the interstellar beast was not good at fighting. Its combat power could only be ranked at Grade B. This was because it had an extremely high amount of health. Among the countless bosses, the interstellar beast's tankiness was one of the best. If the player's damage output was limited, they would be dragged to death by the interstellar beast. That was because energy and stamina were limited. The three of them dealt a lot of damage, but after fighting for a long time, their energy and stamina kept decreasing. Bang! The battle lasted for a long time. When the interstellar beast's HP was only left with 5%, it could no longer stay in the air and fell into the hot spring, creating huge waves. Han Xiao gestured to Herless, and the two of them dove into the lake. After searching for a long time, they finally found the dying interstellar beast at the bottom of the lake. They caught this monster, and the mechanical suit was operating at full capacity to provide the maximum output, slowly dragging it to the shore. Its huge body was torn open, and purplish-blue mucus flowed out. Its tentacles were dim and full of cracks. The interstellar beast wriggled on its last breath. After Han Xiao confirmed that this thing did not have the strength to continue fighting, he let out a sigh of relief and shook his arms to relieve the soreness in his muscles. Although he had the mechanical suit protecting him, his bones were still hurting from being thrown around by the interstellar beast. Huff, huff. Herles took off his helmet, and his hair was wet with sweat. He held his knees and panted. This guy is too tough. I'm so tired. Arosha's body was much dimmer. She had used up more than 80% of her energy. Han Xiao looked at the interface. He still had a lot of HP, but his stamina and energy were almost depleted. After retrieving all the cannons, he counted that he had lost more than 20 cannons. They were all crushed by the interstellar beast's psychic power. You guys took care of it. Lenny and the others walked over with shock on their faces. Han Xiao turned around and frowned. Where are your clothes? Also, you guys are not the only missing investigators. Where are the others? Our clothes were all taken off by this monster, Lenny said. It probably thought that those were our weapons. We were usually pressed to the bottom of the lake by this monster. Maybe it took us as trophies. Go get them. Put on your clothes first. Han Xiao glanced at them and did not react. Only sissies like to look at women. Real men should F***CK robot. He turned around and saw Herles staring at Lenny. Han Xiao immediately patted him and said unhappily, "Don't stare at her. That's my employer's wife. I don't want to not get paid." Herles scratched his head. Before he could say anything, Lenny smiled flirtatiously. She was in a good mood after being saved. She blinked and smiled. "It's okay. We Godora people are very open-minded. You guys saved my life. Maybe, stop, I'm not interested in gold." Han Xiaoxin's heart trembled. What the F***CK, is she so unrestrained? Brother Naraja, you're so green. Chapter 448. Lenny shrugged and called her companions into the water. Very soon, they picked up a bunch of investigator equipment and put them on. "Where are your other companions?" Han Xiao coughed and asked. "Many people died. This monster stole our equipment. If we leave the range of the hot spring, we'll die from the cold. Some people were dragged underwater by this monster for too long and drowned. Other than us, there's another group of people at the other end of the cave. There's also a hot spring there." Han Xiao nodded. There was a fork on the way here, and the other side led to the hot spring where the other surviving investigators were. If they had reached the other side first, they would have been able to obtain information about the interstellar beast in advance and would not be clueless about the boss. "Why did this interstellar beast capture you guys?" Herles asked curiously. "It seems to have trapped you guys here on purpose." Hearing that, anger appeared on Lenny's face. "After we fell, this monster appeared. It captured us here and let us move freely in the hot spring. Sometimes, it would drag us into the water and swing us around like it's playing with us. It's treating us like pets. In terms of life level, the interstellar beast was a higher life form. Treating humans as pets was like taming beasts as pets. It could be said that it was natural. However, people who were used to treating other species as pets had become pets that were casually played with. It was as if their high status had been trampled on. This group of Godora people felt angry and humiliated. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and did not comment. Whoever had the power could do whatever they wanted to the weak. Outside the area covered by civilization, the law of the jungle was the only truth. He said directly, "All right, you guys are saved. When the radiation storm in the sky weakens, we can leave. Laro Mai, go to the hot spring on the other side and bring the other investigators over. Bringing these investigators back would greatly increase the mission rating." After making the arrangements, Han Xiao turned to look at the interstellar beast on the ground. The only problem left was how to deal with this beast. This is the first interstellar beast that Godora discovered. It'll be very important research material. If you can bring it back to the space station, we'll pay you a high reward. Lenny put on the investigator's combat suit and tied up her long hair again. She looked valiant. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and pondered. Hand it over to Godora? No, this was too much of a loss. Interstellar beasts were so rare that one could only come across them by chance. Their entire body was a treasure. Using the important parts of an interstellar beast could be used to make gene potions to obtain attribute points, as well as a chance to obtain talents. Furthermore, killing them could also trigger a legendary level milestone. Most importantly, crushing the interstellar beast's crystal into powder could create a special potion. The effect was useless to players, but it was extremely precious. It could even be used as a hard currency to exchange for any resources from NPCs. This kind of medicine only had one effect, and that was to obtain a part of the interstellar beast's ability to adjust its metabolism. In short, this thing can increase one's lifespan. Han Xiao had always been worried about this. The first few versions of Galaxy were still fine, but the later versions took longer and longer, easily reaching hundreds or even thousands of years. The lifespan of a super was many times that of an ordinary person, but in the thousands of years of history of a civilization, it was still like a blooming epiphyllum. There would always be talents in every generation, and they would dominate for hundreds of years. There were not many ways to increase one's lifespan, such as changing to a mechanical body, but the side effects were very obvious. However, the interstellar beast potion had almost no side effects. This is a very important thing. We can't waste it. Han Xiao's eyes focused. He grabbed the interstellar beast's crystal, and a mental wave was transmitted to his mind. It was a begging emotion. The interstellar beast was begging for mercy. Han Xiao ignored it. The surging grey light of void impact extended along his arm and exploded in his palm. Boom! The heavily damaged crystal shattered into pieces and fell into Han Xiao's hand. The purplish-blue color under the interstellar beast's skin quickly dimmed, and life disappeared from the body of this interstellar beast. This crystal was the life core of the interstellar beast, and it was also the most important material. You have killed an interstellar beast. Legendary Hunter, milestone activated. Current progress, 1/5, killed 5 special creatures. This was a legendary milestone. After completing it, one would obtain the corresponding legendary points. The special creatures here referred to all kinds of special and rare creatures, including interstellar beasts. Also, they had to be at the level of a boss template of a certain level and had to be unique. Bosses that appeared in dungeons did not count, which meant that one had to complete the first kill. Luckily, there were many kinds of monsters in Galaxy. Even in the version that Han Xiao was in his previous life, countless players had explored for many years, but there were still occasional first kills. Of course, every time, it was a fierce competition. After all, new species were always born in the universe. Some special legendary points could unlock some corresponding plots. Legendary Hunter was such a legendary point, similar to a title. Han Xiao put away the crystal, took out his scythe, and cut the interstellar beast's body. He quickly collected all the important parts. The interstellar beast's body did not rot easily and could be preserved for a long time. Very soon, this interstellar beast's body was left with its stomach cut open. Sigh. Lenny's face was filled with pity, but he did not have any objections. This beast was Han Xiao's trophy anyway, so he could do whatever he wanted with it. At this time, Hurlus finally arrived with the other investigators. These Godora people were all pleasantly surprised. They were singing in the hot spring when they were suddenly rescued by mercenaries. It was like a dream. Looking at the interstellar beast's body, the new investigators looked at Han Xiao with surprise. They had suffered a lot in the hands of this monster and knew how powerful it was. Everyone's here. Let's go, Han Xiao said. Back on the surface, Han Xiao used the device to measure the radiation density. After waiting for a few days, the temporary weakening period of the radiation storm finally arrived. He hurriedly called everyone to board the aircraft and flew into the sky. The aircraft itself could only carry about 10 people, but there were more than 10 investigators. They were all squeezed together in the cabin. They successfully passed through the storm area, and the spaceship came to pick them up. Both parties docked, and everyone returned to the spaceship. All the investigators hugged each other warmly and were overjoyed to have escaped death. Han Xiao was concerned about the mission, so he did not waste any time. He set the return route and set off immediately. A few days later, the spaceship returned to the space station again. This time, it applied to dock, indicating that the missing investigators had been rescued. Everyone in the space station was shocked. The space station immediately opened the port. Unlike the cold treatment last time, the attitude of the space station changed drastically this time. Everyone was warmly welcomed. The spaceship stopped at the port. As soon as the cabin opened, Han Xiao saw a crowd gathered at the dock. Almost all the members of the space station were there, and the station master was right at the front. This meticulous officer had surprise and joy on his face. Chapter 449. My dear. Naraja squeezed out of the crowd and opened his arms excitedly. When Lenny saw her husband, she smiled and jumped into Naraja's arms. She kissed him on the forehead and kissed him passionately. She hung around Naraja's neck like a koala bear. She was so passionate that it looked like she was going to grow up in the next second. Han Xiao's eyes hurt. He recalled the time when he had caught Kurlod and stripped him naked. He had a strong back, a bear's waist, and a small bird. No wonder Godora had so many mixed bloods. The other surviving investigators jumped off the spaceship and hugged their friends, talking and laughing. Han Xiao walked down the gangway and was greeted by the station chief. He was surprised. Black Star, you guys are, obviously. The station chief did not know that Naraja had hired mercenaries in private. Transferring internal affairs to mercenaries without permission was a violation of Godora's regulations. Depending on the severity of the case, punishment would be given. It would be recorded in the work record and affect one's promotion and future. When Naraja issued the mission, he asked Han Xiao not to reveal it. However, if he concealed it, he might miss some events and cause his evaluation to drop. Therefore, Han Xiao did not follow his instructions and told Lenny and the others. The rescued Godora investigators naturally understood this regulation. After discussing it in private on the spaceship, they decided to conceal the identity of their employer. After all, Naraja had risked his life to hire someone to save them. As colleagues, they were willing to cover for him. When the surrounding investigators heard the station chief's question, they all looked over. The surviving investigators wanted to say something but stopped. They looked at Han Xiao worriedly. Naraja was even more nervous and swallowed his saliva. These people were worried that Han Xiao would tell the truth. Black Star was not an official of Godora and might not know their regulations. Han Xiao just smiled. When we were docked, I heard about the research ship. I am a mercenary and will not let go of any opportunity to make money. Mr. Station Chief, my services are not free. Maybe you should pay a reasonable price for my labor. Hearing that, Naraja heaved a sigh of relief. The other investigators were also relieved. They looked at Han Xiao gratefully. In order to protect his employer's identity, this mercenary even put on an act. How professional. The station master was stunned and a little embarrassed. According to the rules, we can't pay you. This was your own initiative. We didn't hire you. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. You want me to work for free? Is this how Godora treats its friends? The deputy station chief's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He coughed and said, Station chief, he did save the missing people after all. Although it is against the rules, I feel that we should repay his kindness. We should thank him for saving the lives of these investigators. Godora will never mistreat our friends. The station chief frowned and shook his head firmly. Rules are rules. I'm very grateful for your actions, but I really can't pay you. This is your own initiative. If I pay you after the fact, it will become an employment act. It's against the rules. The faces of the surrounding people changed. They were all a little dissatisfied, especially Lenny and the other surviving investigators. Their eyes were a little cold. These mercenaries saved us, but you don't even want to pay them. Are our lives so cheap in your eyes? Although they were unhappy, these people did not say anything. The rules could not be refuted. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and deliberately made his tone sound cold. Well, I'll treat it as if I did a good deed. I want to dock here for a day. I don't know if you'll allow it. Seeing that he did not insist on payment, the station master was relieved. He nodded and said, "Okay, we welcome friends." Hearing this, the surrounding people glared at the station master with dissatisfaction. However, they looked at Han Xiao with more enthusiasm. The station master turned and left. The crowd also slowly dispersed. When they passed by Han Xiao, they all bowed solemnly to express their gratitude to him. In the distant passage, only the deputy station master and the station master were on the road. The deputy station master took a few steps forward and stood side by side with the station master. He complained, "You're too stubborn." The station master shook his head with a serious expression. "This is not stubbornness, but principle. Since I've been assigned to this space station by the higher-ups, my duty is to supervise all the work here and make everyone do things according to the rules." "Sigh, you're right." The deputy station master pretended to sigh. Very few mercenaries will do things first and then negotiate. Their behavior was not accidental. They must have been secretly hired by the space station staff. The station master suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his eyes narrowed. "You're right. That group of mercenaries deliberately hid the truth. They wanted to earn more money. Mercenaries are indeed a group of greedy people. Investigate. I want to know who hired those mercenaries." The deputy station master hurriedly dissuaded him. "It's enough that we know this in our hearts. Don't take it so seriously. No matter what, it's a good thing that all the missing investigators have returned. Pretend that you don't know about this. As long as you don't pursue it, the violation doesn't exist. If you report this to the higher-ups, you can write the investigator's survival into your own merit. This will be very good for your future. They will think that you are very capable." The station master stopped in his tracks and frowned. He said righteously, "Merit? I won't hide the truth for such a thing. Find out who hired the Black Star mercenary. A violation is a violation. There is no tolerance." Back in the hall, Naraja found Han Xiao. The two of them walked to the side. He held Han Xiao's hand with a grateful expression. "Thank you so much for your help. Lenny and I don't know how to repay you." Looking at Naraja, Han Xiao felt that there was a layer of green light above his head. He pulled his hand back, shrugged, and said, "Of course you know how to repay me. We agreed on the reward." Yes. I was just too excited." Naraja took out his communicator and quickly transferred the money. Interstellar Beast, completed. Mission calculation complete. Mission rating, excellent. You have received, excellent, additional reward, additional 50% EXP, 425,000, random reward x1 inch. It's only an excellent rating. Han Xiaoxin's mind moved. The chance of getting a random reward with an excellent rating is 30%. Luckily, I got it. Plus 35 Naraja favorability plus 20 Lenny favorability. This favorability. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Why do I feel like it's a green color? The people of Godora were really not to be messed with. No wonder they could create so many hybrids. They could shoot. Suppressing these thoughts, Han Xiao activated the random reward on the interface. Randomization complete. The type of reward you received this time is attribute points. Great. Han Xiao was expressionless, and his tone did not fluctuate. At this point, he was already very calm, or at least, he appeared to be very calm. Don't panic at all. Please choose one of the three rewards below. DEX, 3-6 INT, 2-6 LUK, 1-8 plus 5 INT. Not bad. Although it's not a good thing, it's not a loss to permanently add attribute points. This is the first time I've gotten a random attribute reward. It's worth remembering. Han Xiao comforted himself and repeated it more than 10 times in his heart. He felt his mood become better again, but he did not know if it was an illusion or not. After receiving the money, Naraja took out a white diamond ring from his pocket and played with it for a while before solemnly handing it to Han Xiao. "I know I don't have much money. This reward is too little for you, But you still chose to help me. I'm very touched. This ring is called the Norn Diamond Ring. It's a magic treasure from my collection. I want you to know that not everyone in Godora is as stingy as the station master. Please accept my gift. The diamond in the ring flashed with magic radiance. Han Xiao held the ring and looked at the item introduction that popped up on the interface. Norn Diamond Ring, grade, purple type, magic equipment, ring, equipment bonus, plus 9% magic resistance, plus 7% magic affinity, plus 11 INT, plus 23 MYS, plus 5 CHA, equipment requirements, mage, level 80 or above, additional ability, Ring of Arcane, passive halo. Permanently increases magic activity within a 15-meter radius and increases the power of all magic attacks by 13%. Remarks: this ring is engraved with a powerful magic enchantment. It contains immense magic energy. The creator of this ring is obviously an arcane master. Magic equipment. The attribute bonus is not bad. The halo it comes with is definitely a great tool for a team leader to explore dungeons. Those guilds will definitely be willing to pay a high price. Unfortunately, this thing is of limited use to me. In the mercenary group, only the eldest and second Volga brothers were mags. Their levels were also high enough, so he could only give it to them. Anyway, the version was updated, and all the players were not around. There was no need to sell it. After saying goodbye to Naraja, Han Xiao returned to the hall and threw the ring to the Volga brothers. The three of them exclaimed in joy and ran to the side to study it. Only Hurlus was left holding his cards and looking at the game that he was about to win. The matter is settled. Are we not leaving now? Fu Ding asked. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. There are some other situations here, but I've already done what I should. It will take a long time for a profitable situation to form. Only then will there be any value in coming back. Everyone, rest up. We'll leave later. Nothing else will happen here for now, so there's no need to stay here any longer. No one understood what he meant. You're the team leader anyway. You know what you're doing, Hurlus said. Where are we going next? Han Xiao thought of the interstellar beast materials piled up in the spaceship and said, let's find someone to turn the corpses in the warehouse into potions first. Although finding the mission completion card was important, there was no rush. He could not rush it anyway. Chapter 450. The universe was vast, and new species were born at every moment. Finding the valuable parts of various plants and animals and refining them into medicine was a complicated and profound subject. This was especially so in the interstellar space where there were countless species. It required patience and the skill of time. There were also many different ways to refine potions, such as chemical potions from the technological side, witchcraft potions from the magical side, and various other potion techniques. There was an authoritative pharmacist association in the galaxy, just like the Spacetime Society. It was a platform for pharmacists to communicate with each other, and it was also the easiest way for galactic residents to hire pharmacists. As long as one logged into the Pharmacist Association's website, there would be online pharmacist apprentices asking for clients' requests. This gave Han Xiao a sense of déjà vu. After the matter at the space station came to an end, Han Xiao immediately contacted the Pharmacist Association and found a reliable pharmaceutical company in the Shattered Star Ring to make the interstellar beast potion. This company was located on a colonial planet of the Amethyst civilization in the Colton star cluster. Purple Crystal was one of the strongest civilizations in the entire Shattered Star Ring. Godora was a star system civilization, and there were a few star system civilizations in the Colton star cluster. Godora of the Garten star system, New Phylon of the Rain star system, Holy Stone and Black Raven of the Fawn star system. The Amethyst civilization was a star cluster civilization that was one level higher, and their colonial planets were all over the various star clusters and star systems of the Shattered Star Ring. The stable stargates near Jubilee Hub that connected the different star systems of the Colton star cluster were jointly funded by the various star systems of the Colton star cluster and built by the Amethyst civilization. The level of Purple Crystal was too high, be it in terms of benefits or danger. Han Xiao did not plan to have any deep contact with them, as the risks would only far exceed the benefits. Thus, his only goal was to make the potion. There were no obstacles in the process. Perhaps the shattered star ring was more dangerous, but near the stronghold of a star cluster civilization, not many galactic pirates or scavengers dared to mess around. The range of a star cluster civilization's defense weapons was very long, and if they discovered bandits near a colonial planet, they would not even need to send out spaceships to chase after them. They could just fire on the planet and turn the wanted criminals into fireworks. The pharmaceutical company that Han Xiao chose had a good reputation and was very high-end. It was a technology-oriented pharmaceutical company. After paying a certain fee, he waited for a few days and successfully obtained the medicine made from the interstellar beast's material. He did not encounter any problems. Inside the machinery modification room of the spaceship, a portable freezer was placed on the table. The lid was opened, and inside the white mist, there were 8 test tubes in total. 6 were light purple, and 2 were deep indigo. The former was a gene medicine made from the important organs of the interstellar beast, and the latter was a special medicine made from its penis. No, it was a life crystal. Han Xiao's finger brushed past the 2 potions, and 2 translucent light blue information bars popped up beside the objects, with the item introductions written on them. Interstellar Beast Medicine, high concentration 62.0%, a precious medicine made from the genes of interstellar beasts. After consumption, attributes will be permanently increased. Effective number of uses, 0.3. Before drinking it, I want to warn you that the genes of interstellar beasts are not so easy to bear. Of course, if the mutated life form suits your taste, please feel free to drink it. Metabolism Adjustment Medicine, a rare medicine made from the life core of interstellar beasts. After consumption, lifespan will be increased with almost no side effects. Life is like a summer flower that disappears in the blink of an eye. No amount of wealth or fame will be as insignificant as dust compared to it. Guess how many creatures will go crazy over this small bottle of medicine? The lifespan increasing medicine did not have a limit on the number of times it could be used, so it would have no effect on players. Han Xiao played with the medicine and pondered. 1 interstellar beast is only condensed into 8 bottles of medicine. The ratio is really scary. If I drink the lifespan medicine, will the interface show that my lifespan has increased? This attribute is not recorded on the interface. While pondering, Han Xiao did not slow down. He drank a bottle of lifespan medicine in 1 gulp. It tasted spicy, like a burning knife stabbing all the way from his throat to his stomach. The pain only lasted for a few seconds before it turned into a comfortable warmth that spread throughout his body. It was as if he was sitting next to a fire to warm his body. Han Xiao was prepared to endure the pain, but he did not expect it to be so comfortable. He let out a long sigh and closed his eyes in enjoyment. His mind sank into his body and went beyond the 5 senses to experience the changes in every cell. Countless creatures in the universe had a body, but very few people could completely control it. The soul was the master of the body, but it was also like the slave of the body. It had to eat, sleep, excrete, and so on to maintain the survival of the body. It could not actively turn off these functions. However, Han Xiao had a different feeling at this time. It was as if he could control every part of his body, not just the parts where the nerves were connected. As his thoughts turned, he realized that his cells were responding to his thoughts. It was as if his body had become a precise machine. In the past, it was very difficult for him to control the operation of this machine, but now, he could slow down the operation of this machine, increasing lifespan by controlling the metabolism. It really lives up to its name. Han Xiao stared at his palm. He could already control the speed of his metabolism. Now, not only can I slow down my aging, I can even accelerate it. However, accelerating is an irreversible process. Delaying it is more important. I wonder how much my lifespan has increased. The lifespan of supers was originally much longer than that of ordinary people. Coupled with the ability to control the metabolism, Han Xiao did not know how long his lifespan was. It feels like I can live for a very long time. Han Xiao subconsciously pushed his nose up. Looking at the interface, he saw that he had obtained a new skill. You have learned the skill, self-healing. Han Xiaoshan thought to himself, the interface says that it's a self-healing skill, but the ability that the life potion gives me is far more than what the interface shows. Looks like the lifespan is a hidden bonus, or the interface only calculates the basic attributes. The self-healing ability was not bad, and it gave him another layer of protection. However, Aurora's character summon card was not used up yet, so Han Xiao probably would not use this skill in the short term. There was only one life potion left, so Han Xiao stored it away. He could not guarantee that he would not use it in the future. He picked up another type of gene potion and injected 3 of them. He was already very familiar with gene potions. After the pain, he looked at the information on the interface. It gave him +2 INT, +6 END, and +3 CHA. The bonus effect is not as high as the Void Dragon Marrow. After all, the Void Dragon is more than 1,000 times stronger than the interstellar beasts. One is a dragon, while the other is a mayfly. Han Xiao looked at his intermediate strengthening life talent. After using the Void Dragon Marrow the last time, this talent had leveled up. This time, he had taken a rare creature's gene potion. According to his deduction, this talent should be strengthened again. However, after a while, there were no other changes on the interface. Han Xiao was sure that the molding talent had not leveled up. Looks like one type of gene potion is not enough. Maybe the interstellar beast species level has not reached the standard. If I want to level up from intermediate to advanced, I will need to use more gene potions. But I can't abuse them. He walked in front of the mirror. His appearance had not changed. The interstellar beast potion did not cause any mutation. After using the Void Dragon Marrow the last time, he had become even more handsome than before. He stored the rest of the potions. After putting away the box, Han Xiao sat in front of the table, took out a mission list, and fell into deep thought. There are still dozens of missions on the list, and these are only the missions that are suitable after my initial selection. I will not lack random rewards. The faster I complete the advancement, the earlier I can prepare for the main storyline of version 2.0. Han Xiao touched his chin and thought of the past. He missed the feeling of running around everywhere just to get what he wanted. He thought about the mission itinerary again and confirmed that there were no mistakes. Hopefully, there will be enough time left for the version update after I successfully advance. The sound of Herles and the others playing cards could be heard outside the door. Fu Ding's singing could be vaguely heard from the other room. He was learning Chen Xing's techniques and training his psychic power through singing. However, Fu Ding was not Chen Xing after all. His high notes sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Han Xiao shook his head, put on his earplugs, and took out a stack of papers that Sylvia was punishing to copy basic mechanical theory from the pile of books on the table. He quickly corrected them. Chapter 451. Anna stood in front of the thick silver alloy door without saying a word. Behind him was a straight corridor. There was a mini red indicator light every 10 meters on both sides of the wall. Other than that, there was no other source of light. This door was the end of the corridor. Looking back from here, one could only see 2 red lines extending into the darkness. At the end of one's line of sight, the 2 red lines were infinitely close to each other, almost connecting. This scene easily made one think of words like secret and forbidden. He had been standing there for 10 minutes. Kai. The door slowly opened, breaking the silence. Light spilled out from within, illuminating Anna's wrinkled but still stern face. A figure slowly walked out of the room. His back was facing the light, and his face was pitch black. He stopped in front of Anna. One of his faces was in the light, and the other was in the dark. The light behind him elongated this person's shadow, covering Anna's body and turning into a black line that extended along the corridor. Only with my permission can you contribute to Darkstar again, and now is the time, Ashes. Anna's stern face revealed a smile. He stretched out his hand and suspended it in front of him. Welcome to the domain of the calamity. The figure reached out and shook Anna's hand. He lowered his head, and the face became clearer. It was indeed Ashes. Today was the day that Ashes was released from confinement and regained his freedom. To him, confinement was equivalent to training in seclusion. He did not need to rush around for missions and missions. He only needed to do one thing every day, and that was to dig out his own potential. Day after day, he finally crossed the threshold that countless supers could not cross in their lifetime and entered the domain of Grade A. All his senses were refreshed, as if he had been reborn. The increase in power was not independent. His life level, worldview, and thoughts also changed. The problems that he once found difficult to solve were now very simple. The enemies that he once could not let go of were no longer important. During his confinement, Ashes had been thinking about Blackstar, who could restrain his superpower. The reason he worked so hard to break through to A-class was because he wanted to meet Han Xiao again and wash away the shame of his failure. However, after truly reaching the Calamity grade, this deep-rooted thought suddenly faded. Ashes no longer bothered about Han Xiao from the bottom of his heart. He realized that Anna was right. He was already on a different level from Grade B. This feeling was like a person being offended by a mosquito bite. It was laughable and absurd. Ashes no longer regarded Han Xiao as an equal opponent. Even if this person could restrain his ability to a certain extent, he was still confident that he could turn him into ashes within 10 seconds. The gap between Level A and Level B was an insurmountable gap. Teacher, thank you for your guidance. Ashes's tone was filled with respect. Anna's experience and teachings had helped him overcome many problems. He respected this teacher very much. Anna nodded and kept his smile. The current situation is not optimistic. Although we are hiding in the dark, Ghidorah has never given up on hunting us. With the implementation of the next step, the struggle between the organizations will escalate. Our high-end combatants are the main targets of Ghidorah, and some of them have left us. High-level combatants like you and me are currently the most scarce. You don't have time to rest. There is a mission that requires you. Ashes was expressionless. This is my mission. From the moment I open my eyes every day, I am already prepared to contribute my strength to the cause of Darkstar. Okay, follow me. Anna turned around and said in a deep voice, "This is your first mission after reaching Grade A. I will move with you to prevent you from being unable to control your own strength. We are going to Norios to hunt down a traitor. In the Garten star system, a galactic pirate spaceship that was painted with a stealth coating was traveling in the universe. It was currently in stealth mode where it could not be located. At this moment, a chase was happening on the ship. Don't run, bang. A light cannon hit the ground where Sylvia was running, exploding a blazing red trace. A large group of galactic pirates were chasing after her with angry expressions. Sylvia was running with large strides. She was wearing a simple black battlesuit, with only the joints and important parts covered with machinery to provide defense or strength. Her figure was already somewhat curvaceous, and she exuded youthful vitality. Her shoulder-length hair danced in the wind as she ran. There was a mechanical ring fixed to her right ear, and a miniature tactical analysis screen extended in front of her right eye. She was not alone. She was pulling a young boy by the arm as they ran together. This boy was a pureblood Ghidorah, and his age was similar to Sylvia. He was wearing a prisoner's uniform, and although he was half a head taller than Sylvia, he was panting heavily. He was an ordinary person. Who are you? Why did you save me? The boy asked while panting. Sylvia glanced at him and said in a low voice, I'm a mercenary. Someone paid me to save you. Stop talking nonsense and save your energy. Run faster. The boy was dragged along as he ran, and the sound of laser explosions chased after them. In such a dangerous situation, this Ghidorah boy stared blankly at Sylvia's delicate and lively side profile. He was in a daze, and his body followed her mechanically. He was a hostage of this group of galactic pirates. He came from a wealthy family, and his father was the head of a Ghidorah financial group. He was extremely rich, and thus, he was targeted by the galactic pirates and was kidnapped for ransom. Other than him, this group of galactic pirates also kidnapped other hostages and locked them up together. However, 10 minutes ago, this weak girl who was also captured as a hostage suddenly turned into a warrior, opened the cell, and escaped with him. Thus, the two of them naturally attracted the attention of the galactic pirates. Ta ta ta, 3 galactic pirates suddenly appeared from the corner in front of them. They circled to the front and were about to shoot at the two of them. At this moment, the captain of the galactic pirates shouted, "They are valuable hostages. Don't kill them." The 3 galactic pirates blocking the way slowed down for a moment. Sylvia swung her hand and pulled out a short alloy stick from her tactical belt. Its exterior cracked open, and more components extended out, turning into a silver mechanical longsword. The 2 sides of the blade glowed with yellow light. This was an energy weapon. Enchantment runes were carved on the body of the sword, making it even lighter. Sylvia's movements were extremely fast. She lowered her shoulder and rammed into the stomach of the galactic pirate in front of her. The combat uniform on her provided her strength, and the burly galactic pirate staggered from the collision. Before he could react, Sylvia pressed down on his gun and pointed it at his partner beside him, helping him to pull the trigger. Boom! The laser beam penetrated the head of the person beside him. This galactic pirate was furious. Just as he was about to kick Sylvia away, he felt a sharp pain in his knees. His legs lost all strength, and he knelt on the ground. Looking down, he realized that his knee had been cut open by the sword, and blood was everywhere. Before he could scream, Sylvia held the sword with both hands and stabbed it into his eye socket. The blade of the sword came out from the back of his head. 2 months had passed. Under the guidance of Han Technician, Sylvia had gradually developed her own super potential. Now, she was already at grade D wearing the mechanical weapon that Han Xiao had made for her. She could already deal with a galactic pirate gang where most of the members were ordinary people. Seeing this, the 3rd galactic pirate did not care about the captain's order and immediately fired. Sylvia quickly tilted her head before he fired, and her head avoided the laser beam. She was almost hit. She immediately pulled the alloy sword out of the dead galactic pirate's head, turned around, and cut off the barrel of the gun. Then, she remembered the lesson that Han Xiao had taught her on how to quickly destroy the enemy's combat ability. She immediately raised her leg and kicked the 3rd galactic pirate between his leg. Bang! This galactic pirate's face instantly turned purple. His knees bent inward, and he knelt down with his hands covering his crotch. His forehead hit the ground, and he curled up like a shrimp, twitching. The Godora boy's body trembled, and he felt pain in his lower body. This series of battles ended in an instant, but the pursuers had also closed the distance between them. Sylvia did not have the time to finish the job, so she grabbed the boy's arm again and pulled him to escape. Let's go. The galactic pirate gang had many people, and under the pursuit, Sylvia's range of movement became smaller and smaller. Finally, they were blocked in a corner. Hundreds of galactic pirates surrounded the two of them and looked at Sylvia with evil intentions. The boy's face was filled with fear, and he grabbed Sylvia's shoulder tightly. Sylvia's face was solemn, and she protected him behind her. She held her sword in front of her and constantly adjusted the direction she was facing. "You have nowhere to run, little girl." The galactic pirate leader walked out from the crowd with a cold smile on his face. "I didn't expect that there would be a super among the hostages we kidnapped, and you even caused a commotion on my ship. Do you think you can save this boy so easily? Where do you think you can run to when you're on my ship?" Sylvia's temples were sweating, and she held the alloy sword even tighter. This galactic pirate gang was mostly made up of ordinary people, but there were quite a few supers. The galactic pirate leader in front of her was a grade C super, an existence that she could not match up to. "Tell me, who are you?" "Mercenary," Sylvia said with a deep voice, but her voice still sounded very young and crisp. As soon as she said that, the galactic pirates looked at each other and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this kid is a mercenary?" Sylvia's face was filled with anger. "I just killed 3 of your members." Everyone laughed even louder. The galactic pirate leader laughed wantonly, and his face was ferocious. "Little girl, you think you can become a mercenary just because you killed 3 ordinary people? You overestimate yourself. You know nothing about strength." Sylvia bit her lips and said fiercely, "I still have companions. They won't let you go. What kind of mercenary group would want a kid like you?" A Boy Scout. Ha! I'll kill as many of your companions as they come. The galactic pirate leader sneered. As for you, hey, although you're a little young, you're quite pretty. I don't think a mercenary group can pay much ransom, so I'll use your body to pay for it. The eyes of all the galactic pirates lit up, and they laughed in tacit understanding. They sized up Sylvia's face and body without any restraint. Don't mess around. Sylvia instantly became nervous. The boy's expression changed drastically, and he somehow mustered up the courage to stand in front of Sylvia. Just as he was about to speak, the galactic pirates suddenly started arguing. I want her legs. The meat is the best. Then I want her butt. I like fat. Her ears are crispy. It's best to cut them off and eat them raw. Sylvia's expression froze, and she couldn't help but feel confused. She shouted, Hey, is this what you mean by using my body to pay for it? The galactic pirate leader was confused when he heard this. Of course it's to eat you. Is there any other meaning? Sylvia had a sour expression on her face. She narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself, Why do I suddenly feel like killing them? Beep beep beep. At this moment, Sylvia's wrist suddenly made a noise, and everyone looked over. Sylvia revealed a smug smile, and the panic from before was nowhere to be seen. It was all an act to stall for time. She shook her wrist and said in a playful tone, This is a tracker, Tilda. Just as she finished speaking. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded beside them, and the ship shook violently. Everyone cried out in surprise and almost fell down. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the explosion. They saw a large hole in the tunnel dozens of meters away. Dust and smoke filled the air. A few figures appeared in the smoke and stepped onto the spaceship. The leader was the first to walk out of the smoke. He was wearing a black trench coat, and his hands were behind his back. Radiance like the starry sky flashed in his eyes, and his body naturally emitted a suppressive aura that made the galactic pirates feel a chill down their spines. This feeling became more and more obvious as the black-clothed man approached. He stared at the galactic pirate leader, and the galactic pirate leader's legs went soft, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. In fact, Han Xiao was just looking at him casually. This suppressive aura came from the suppression of life. Chapter 452. Ding, ding, ding. Hurlus punched the space pirates until their faces were swollen and bruised. He tied them together and formed a human mountain, all of them moaning weakly. Dealing with these weak space pirates was a piece of cake for Hurlus. The main difficulty in rescuing the hostages was to locate the hidden space pirate spaceship. Therefore, Han Xiao got Sylvia to pretend to be a hostage and be captured on the spaceship with a locator on her. This way, they could track the location of the spaceship and land on it. At this time, Han Xiao had borrowed one of his employer's battleships and was inserting himself into the tail of the space pirate spaceship in a shameful manner. At the same time, this was also the first time Sylvia participated in an operation. It was a test, and Han Xiao gave her a full schedule of lessons every day. After she awakened her super genes, other than learning knowledge, there was also all kinds of combat training. Although Sylvia had only trained for 2 months, she had a lot of potential. She improved rapidly after she started, and she was very talented in actual combat. Not only was she not nervous during battle, she would become calmer and calmer. This surprised Sylvia. She never knew that she had the ability to remain calm in the face of danger. Of course, if not for Sylvia's potential, Han Xiao would not have spent so much effort to train her. You guys release the hostages. I'll go set up the route for this space pirate spaceship to return and hand in the mission, Han Xiao ordered. This time, Sylvia jogged to Han Xiao and asked with an expectant expression, How was my performance? Han Xiao stroked his chin and said, Not bad. You pass. Why, do you think there's anything worth praising? Sylvia curled her lips and said, Oh. Black Star, be more tolerant of young people, Hurlus interrupted. He smiled at Sylvia and said, You did well. When I was your age, I wasn't as strong as you. Oh, no, I was much stronger than you back then. Sylvia bared her teeth and said, You really know how to comfort people. Fu Ding smiled gently and said, Don't listen to them. You improved very quickly. We all saw it. Shut up. As soon as she heard Fu Ding speak, Sylvia immediately exploded. She glared at Fu Ding angrily. Every time she saw this guy, she would feel unbalanced. She had awakened earlier than him, but Fu Ding's growth speed was like sitting on a rocket. He smoothly soared all the way to C grade, and it was very easy. He sang songs and meditated every day, completely unlike the purgatory of learning that she lived in. Comparisons were odious. Indeed, all squinty eyes were monsters. Fu Ding was not annoyed. He revealed a warm smile, squinted his eyes and smiled, but did not say anything. He followed Han Xiao for 2 months. During this time, Chen Xing tried many times to take back control of the body, but she was suppressed. As Fu Ding's psychic power grew rapidly, Chen Xing's threat gradually decreased. Fu Ding's idea was to use Chen Xing's memory to make himself strong enough. When he could completely suppress Chen Xing, it might be time to leave. However, Fu Ding's personality was very gentle. He did not like to fight and would not get angry. He did not want to use this method to let Chen Xing experience the same thing as him, because he knew very well how terrible that feeling was. Therefore, Fu Ding communicated with Chen Xing many times in his mind, hoping to make her give up on her meaningless resistance. However, Chen Xing's attitude was unyielding and would not compromise. However, Fu Ding did not get tired of it and still maintained the habit of communicating with Chen Xing every day. The God Aura boy stared blankly at Han Xiao and the others. Just when he thought that there was no way out, this group of mercenaries descended from the sky and defeated the galactic pirates in a few moves. He took a long time to regain his senses. He looked at Sylvia's back and mustered his courage to walk forward. He stammered, My name is Naru. Thank you for saving me. Are you mercenaries hired by my father?" Everyone stopped chatting and looked at him. Being stared at by Sylvia, Naru suddenly panicked and did not know where to put his hands. I want to know everyone's names," Naru stammered. Han Xiao rubbed Sylvia's head and said, "This kid likes you." "I don't." Naru's thoughts were exposed, and he panicked. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Oh, looks like he doesn't like you." No, I don't dislike you." Naru panicked and spoke incoherently. Sylvia rolled her eyes at Han Xiao and stretched out her hand. "My name is Sylvia." Naru hesitated for a while and carefully held Sylvia's fingertips. The moment their fingers touched, Naru's face turned orange. This was the color of a golden-skinned Ghidorah's face. It was extremely scientific and reasonable. "It's good to be young." Han Xiao took out a smoky candy from the snack bag in Arosha's hand and popped it into his mouth. Recently, he was planning to quit smoking, so he could only eat snacks to relieve his boredom. He smacked his lips and said thoughtfully, "If I complain to my employer that his son molested my beloved disciple, I should be able to extort a sum of money. Next time you think of such a plan, you don't have to say it." Sylvia turned around angrily. After rescuing all the hostages, Han Xiao set the route. Not long after, they returned to the planet where their employer was. The guards and the hostages' families were already waiting at the dock. The hostages quickly got off the ship and reunited with their families. A police officer came forward to thank Han Xiao and the rest for solving this kidnapping case. Because most of the people involved were from financial groups, this was a matter that they had to pay attention to. Han Xiao handed over the captured galactic pirates and spaceships to the police department according to the rules. This could increase the completion rate of this mission. After the police officer left, Naru and a middle-aged man came before Han Xiao. The middle-aged man had the aura of a big shot, but when facing Han Xiao, he was very friendly. He thanked him and paid the reward. This middle-aged man was Naru's father, the head of a certain God Aura financial group. Naturally, he would not be stingy with the promised reward. At the same time, he was also the mission issuer. After receiving 85,000 anas, the interface notified that the mission was completed. Deal with all the hostages, capture the galactic pirates, and hand over the spaceship. Completion rate is 100%. I'll definitely get the random reward. Han Xiao glanced at the notification and saw that he had received a new chance for random reward. He did not use it immediately but saved it in the interface. He had already accumulated 4 chances for random rewards. In the past 2 months, he had completed more than 10 missions, and 80% of them had given him random rewards. At the start, he would draw every time he received a random reward. He had drawn attribute points, experience points, and potential points, but not only did he not get what he wanted, they were all trash. This made Han Xiao very angry, so he started saving random rewards. A single draw was not reliable. Only consecutive draws could create miracles. After handing in the mission, Han Xiao did not stay for long. He brought everyone back to the spaceship. The thrusters flashed, and the spaceship disappeared into the horizon. Naru raised his head and looked in the direction where the spaceship left. He shook his father's arm and said, "Dad, I have something to ask of you." "What is it?" I want to hire this mercenary group to be the private guards of our family," Naru said bravely. He could not forget Sylvia. "Impossible." Naru was anxious. "Then give them more money. Being our guards is safer than being mercenaries. As long as the pay is high enough, they will definitely agree." The middle-aged man shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's not about money. Although Blackstar is a mercenary, compared to his background, our family's business is too small. There's no way we can poach Dragon Emperor Ames." Chapter 453. On the spaceship, everyone started doing their own things. After 2 months of running around, they had already gotten used to this pace of life. Han Xiao returned to his room alone, opened the interface, and rubbed his hands crazily. 4 chances, 4 consecutive draws. Don't disappoint me again. After failing so many times, he was already very calm. As a mechanic, he always believed in quantity. Beep beep beep. Just as he was about to start the random reward, his communicator suddenly rang. "Who is it?" Han Xiao's tone was a little unhappy that the ritual was interrupted. "It's me, Naraja. Do you still remember me?" Looking at the God Aura person on the screen, Han Xiao recognized him immediately. "Oh, you're that green. Cough cough, nice to meet you. This seems to be the first time you've contacted me after what happened last time. Why are you looking for me? Do you want to hire me again?" "No, I'm here to pass on a message." Naraja laughed heartily. "Do you know someone called Kurlod? He's my classmate in the investigator training class. He called me a few days ago and said that his investigator account was used by someone else in another place, and the coordinates happened to be here. I mentioned you when I was chatting with him. When he heard your name, his reaction was a little extreme. He seems to want you to pay him back." Han Xiao understood. He had entered Kurlod's ID into the system of the missing spaceship. At that time, the radiation storm had blocked the signal. After bringing the system core back to the space station, the people there would naturally look at the recording and find the operation record. Kurlod was the God Aura investigator who was sent to investigate Blue Star and was caught by him. Han Xiao nodded. "Oh, we're very good friends. How's that guy? Send my regards to him." Naraja had a weird expression. "Are you sure we're friends? He asked me to tell you, Blackstar, don't use my ID anymore. When are you going to pay me back the money you extorted from me? You're already a famous mercenary. Are you still stingy with a few hundred aners?" Hihi, he still likes to joke. "I've been through life and death situations with him. How can you measure it with money?" Han Xiao laughed. Back then, he had spared his life. Wasn't that a life and death friendship? Speaking of which, Han Xiao had kept his promise and let Kurlod go because he wanted to leave a channel to communicate with God Aura. He did not expect Kurlod to join Floating Dragon Island, but Kurlod was still useful. "I asked Kurlod to pay attention to the abnormality of Blue Star. I wonder if they sent anyone else to investigate. Maybe this will add a new variable to the plot of version 2.0. It should be a good variable." Han Xiaoxin thought to himself. "All right. Tell him that I've received the message. It's impossible for me to return the money." "All right." Naraja smiled bitterly. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Right, we had a personnel change not long ago. The original station chief was transferred away, and the deputy station chief took over the space station. I really can't figure out what the higher-ups are thinking, but this is pretty good. The deputy station chief is much better than the original station chief. The station chief found out that I hired you, and he gave me a demerit. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Station chief. I don't have anything against him. He's a good guy, but the deputy station chief is a slippery guy. If he didn't have an ulterior motive, why would he suddenly mention an unresolved internal matter to a mercenary he met for the first time? Plus, the rescued investigators are all covering for you. Who do you think will tell on you after this? Your opinion of the station chief now represents the effect of the deputy station chief overthrowing him. However, a good guy might not be useful. Even if the deputy station chief had bad intentions, if it weren't for him, your wife and the missing investigators wouldn't have been saved. From the results, maybe you don't regret being used once. In fact, the person who gave out the daily missions to reward the Interstellar Beast Dungeon Crystal was the deputy station chief. He ordered the players to complete some internal matters and quickly accumulated results. If it was the original station chief, he definitely would not have let an outsider interfere with the internal missions. What you said makes sense. After the station chief was transferred, the deputy station chief seemed very happy. Sigh, speaking of which, the station chief was only acting according to the rules. Although he was a bit pedantic, he was a military officer after all, so it's understandable. However, I still like the deputy station chief more. If he was so strict about everything, there would only be 3 universal civilizations left in the world now, and they would definitely still be fighting. The other civilizations would either become the vassals of the 3 or be destroyed by the flames of war. Sigh, between hypocrisy and war, I would choose the former. Maybe most people would choose the same. Although I don't know much about it, I can guess that the Dark Forest period of the exploration era was hell. The peaceful galaxy era now is not easy to come by. Okay, you can slowly sigh. I still have something to do. I'm hanging up. Han Xiao decisively turned off the communication, opened the interface again, and exhaled. Let's begin, beep. At this time, the communicator rang again. Being interrupted again, Han Xiao was instantly annoyed. Can't you just let me have a few more draws in peace? The luck that I spent so much effort to gather is about to scatter. Who the F***CK is it again? Oh, Ames, hello. Have you eaten? Why are you looking for me? The Dragon Emperor's sexy figure appeared on the screen. Han Xiao was a little surprised. Ames had never taken the initiative to contact him before. Why was she suddenly looking for him? Black Star, I need you. Ames' expression was a little strange. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Pardon me for asking, but what kind of need are you talking about? I received my teacher's whereabouts. He's come to the Shattered Star Ring. Black Star, you've seen him with your own eyes. Come with me to find him. Ames' tone was firm. Okay. Han Xiao face-palmed. When? As soon as possible. When I return to the Shattered Star Ring, I'll inform you immediately. You're not on Floating Dragon Island now? I'm traveling to the mother planet of the Radiant Federation, Ames said. Very good, very strong. Han Technician was speechless. Okay. Han Xiao was helpless. Where's your teacher? Someone said that he appeared in Norios a while ago. Before I come back, you should go there and take a look. Han Xiao nodded. Although it was a lie that he had seen the Dragon Emperor's teacher before, he did know who the Dragon Emperor's teacher was, so he was not afraid of not recognizing him. After hanging up, Han Xiao rubbed his temples and opened the interface for the 3rd time. Let's draw quickly. I feel like I'm going to lose again. There won't be anyone looking for me this time, right? Drawing in progress. Drawing complete. Your reward type is skill. After taking a look, he chose the most useful option out of the 3 options. It was a gunner skill, lock-on shot. Its effect was that the next shot would definitely hit the target, and there was a 10 to 18% chance of hitting the target's weak point. Drawing in progress. Drawing complete. The reward type you obtained this time is item. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Here it comes, here it comes. Chance. Please choose one from the 3 options below. Esper Ability Awakening Fluid, Deluxe version. If you have not obtained any main class, there is a chance that you will become an Esper. Double EXP card, double EXP from killing monsters and completing missions. Lasts for 6 days. I got 2 cards, but there's no mission completion card. Han Xiao's chest was tight. To be honest, the ability enhancement card was useful to him, but Han Xiao was still frustrated that he did not get what he wanted. Needless to say, the Esper Ability Awakening Fluid was useless, and he did not need the double EXP card. Instead, he chose the Ability Enhancement card. My luck is here. 3rd time. Han Xiao's hope was ignited, and he activated a new random reward. Drawing in progress. Drawing complete. The type of reward you have received this time is EXP, good, very good. I lack EXP. Just in time. Han Xiao clapped, then slammed his head on the table and gritted his teeth. As if. He had always thought that EXP was the most useless reward among all the options. Drawing in progress. Drawing complete. The reward type you obtained this time is Item, Medium EXP Crystal, X8. Gain a certain amount of EXP after use. Range, 100,000,1,000,000 Flaming Sun Battle Rune Halo. Fashion. After wearing it, the body will show a special appearance, and there will be a special light effect when moving. Whether it's strong or not is a matter of the version, but whether it's handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. Mission completion card, X2. Receive the mission reward with the lowest rating directly. The mission will be considered to have passed. After letting out a breath, Han Xiao closed his eyes in relief. A sense of satisfaction reverberated in his heart. Finally. I finally got it. Bang. The next second, he jumped up like a dead fish and left a palm print on the metal table. He roared at the sky. Chapter 454. After being excited for a while, his mood quickly calmed down. After being unlucky for more than 10 times, Han Xiao finally got the item he needed, and he felt much more relaxed. The mission completion card was not some rare item, but he had actually drawn more than 10 times. He was also very helpless, but he finally got it. Now that he had the mission completion card, he did not need to take the risk to deal with grade A supers anymore. If it was an ordinary player, the level range would be like this. Level 1 to level 20 would be grade F, level 20 to level 40 would be grade E, level 41 to level 60 would be grade D, level 61 to level 90 would be grade C, level 91 to level 100 would be grade C+, and level 100 and above would be grade B. Of course, this was just the rough range. Because of the difference in skills, points, talents, and equipment, there would be slight differences. For example, professional players would reach grade C at level 60. Ordinary players would only reach grade B after completing the second race evolution at level 100. Han Xiao was also at level 100, but because of his various molding talents, he was far stronger than the players, and he was steadily at grade B. Together with the advantages of the mechanic class and the strength of his own attributes, he was not weak even among grade B supers. His actual combat strength was far beyond the standard of grade B. However, no matter what, level 100 was the edge of grade B. There were dozens of levels between them and the next grade. Therefore, Han Xiao was not willing to take the risk. Even if he reached level 120, he would still be at grade B. The difference between grade A and grade A could be seen from this. If he was facing an enemy a few levels higher, Han Xiao would not panic at all, but facing an enemy more than dozens of levels higher, unless he used special means, there was a 90% chance that he would die. Just by looking at this probability, he had lost his interest in playing around. He was not stubborn at all. Even if he wanted to challenge someone of a higher grade, he had to follow the basic rules. The method of obtaining the mission completion card in a roundabout way had really helped him a lot, allowing him to avoid unnecessary danger. Han Xiao had experienced many dangers in the past, so he was not afraid of taking risks. However, since there was more room for him to turn things around, in his opinion, it was naturally more cost-effective to accumulate than to take the risk to deal with strong enemies. Taking a step back, If he really went to deal with grade A supers, who knew how much time and resources he would have to waste? Now that he was using the method of completing missions, not only would he not lose money, but he could even make a profit. Why not? Han Xiao was worried that his hand would tremble. He pulled himself together and carefully selected the mission completion card. I don't usually see them, but now, 2 of them have appeared. I only need 1. I'll keep the other for now. Maybe in the future, I'll come in handy when I encounter similar difficult quests. Han Xiao saved up the 2 mission completion cards and did not use them for the time being. He was still stuck on the class advancement mission, so he planned to buy 2 high-end machinery knowledges that he had his eyes on. After completing his promotion and class advancement at the same time, he would be able to level up immediately. He now had 1,360,000 ANAs in his account, which was more than enough to buy 2 high-end knowledges. For consecutive draws. Other than the completion card, there's also a skill enhancement card. I'll use it first. Han Xiao pondered. The enhancement card will increase the basic attributes of a skill, so even a max-level skill can be enhanced. If I can get a mutated skill, that would be the best. However, I don't think, what should I enhance, a combat skill or a machinery affinity skill? Han Xiao opened his skill tab, and many options appeared. He skipped over the blueprints and looked at the other skills. The mechanic class skills were the core. After enhancing them, it would basically increase his strength, but the effect would not be lost. Furthermore, there would be more machinery affinity skills after leveling up in the future, so the enhancement of this one skill would be limited. It seemed like it would be better to enhance a skill that had a special purpose. With a flash of inspiration, Han Xiao had a target. Why don't I enhance Flaming Will? I'm lacking damage output skills, and increasing explosive power is quite useful for me. If I can reduce the cooldown, this enhancement will be worth it. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Flaming Will had 2 active and passive effects. The former had a cooldown of 10 minutes, while the latter had a cooldown of 30 minutes. Although the damage was high, the cooldown was also very long, so this skill could only be activated once or twice in every battle. If the cooldown was reduced, his damage output would be greatly increased. Skill enhancement card activated. Target, Flaming Will LV10. Enhancing, you have triggered a mutated skill. You have learned a new skill. You have received, Gene Liberation LV1. Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Damn, I'm really lucky. There's a 20% chance. Gene Liberation LV1, active effect. For the next one. 5 seconds, you will consume 1000 HP 50% chance to deal 200% to 220% damage. 30% chance to deal 300% to 330% damage. 20% chance to deal 400% to 440% damage. Cooldown, 8 minutes 30 seconds. Passive effect. When HP is lower than 20%, this skill will be automatically activated once. Cooldown, 18 minutes. After browsing through it, Han Xiao felt that the enhancement value had increased. Not only was the cooldown reduced, but the randomness of the skill had also been reduced. Originally, Flaming Will had 4 random areas, and the highest damage was 5 times or more. However, the probability was too low. So far, Han Xiao had only triggered it less than 5 times. Now, although Gene Liberation had reduced the maximum bonus, it had also changed from 4 random areas to 3. The reduced randomness meant that the damage output would be more stable. Most importantly, this bonus was not only for one attack but also for a certain period of time. With his ability, he would definitely be able to deal more than one attack. He was a mechanic who walked the path of a cannon. His attack rate in 1 second was extremely high. This way, the effect of this skill would be explosive. Furthermore, this was only the effect of LV1. Han Xiao threw in tens of millions of EXP without hesitation and leveled up to LV10. The bonus effect went from 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds, and the cooldown was reduced to 7 minutes. The damage bonus for the 3 areas was increased by 10%, which meant that the lowest was 220% and the highest was 480%. The cost was also reduced to 800 HP. Now that hand technician had almost 20,000 HP, this bit of cost was nothing to him. Furthermore, he had obtained the self-healing ability 2 months ago, which allowed him to recover his HP in 7 seconds. This skill is quite powerful. Han Xiao clicked his tongue in wonder. After tidying up his things, Han Xiao pushed open the door feeling refreshed. In the spaceship hall, Hurlus was playing cards with the Volga brothers again with a smug look on his face. On the other hand, the Volga brothers looked dispirited. "I'm not playing anymore. How do you always get the cards you want?" The Volga brothers were indignant. Hurlus shrugged, chuckled, and said, "Because I'm good. Don't just stand there. Pay up now." The 3 brothers transferred the money gloomily. No matter how Hurlus tried to tempt them, they would not play this time. They had already lost 4 times in a row. The 3 of them often played cards with Hurlus, and they always lost more than they won. It was as if Hurlus had the help of the heavens. He could always draw the most suitable cards, making the 3 brothers' gaming experience extremely poor. Seeing that the 3 of them were determined, Hurlus had no choice. He turned around, looked at Han Xiao, and called out, "Blackstar, come and play cards." Han Xiao said in annoyance, "Do I look like I have a lot of free time?" At this time, Fu Ding walked out of the room. Just as he was about to go to the battle simulation room, Hurlus' eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly shouted, "Fu Ding, let's play around." Fu Ding stopped in his tracks, turned around, and shrugged. "I don't know how to play. Aya, it's very simple. I'll teach you." "If you don't even know how to play cards, how are you any different from the natives?" Hurlus stood up and dragged the helpless Fu Ding to sit opposite him. "All right, how do I play these cards?" Fu Ding shook his head, picked up a stack of cards, and started looking at them. The official name of these cards is Galaxy War. Normally, we call them Wayne cards. This is the common language of the Radiant Federation, meaning dazzling cards. Look, there's even our mercenary group in there. Interesting, right? Let me tell you the rules. Hurlus explained the rules excitedly. "All right, that's the rules. You're a psychic, so I don't have to repeat myself. Let's play around. You'll know how to play after the battle starts. Just use the 3 brothers' cards. They're also using the Shattered Star Ring deck." Hurlus knocked on the table, and the deck shuffled automatically. These cards had simple industrial enchantments, and many of the special effects could be completed automatically. He raised his hand, signaled Fu Ding to play his cards, smiled, and said, "This time, we won't play those normal modes. We'll play free-for-all mode. The way to win is to clear the opponent's health to 0. Since it's your first time playing, I'll let you play first." Fu Ding nodded. "All right, you'll have to go easy on me." 3 minutes later, Hurlus stared at the field, dumbfounded. "Did I win?" Fu Ding blinked. "Seems pretty easy. Hee hee." Hurlus wiped his sweat. "You're just lucky this round. I'm stuck. Let's do it again." Not long after, Hurlus lay limply on the sofa. He looked like he had nothing left to live for, and he was weak. "Are you lying to me? You actually know how to play from the start, right?" Fu Ding smiled bitterly. "This is really my first time playing. Your luck is too bad." In this short period of time, Hurlus had already lost 5 rounds in a row. He was beaten to the point of doubting life. For some reason, his luck, which had always been good, suddenly turned black. He would never be able to draw the card he wanted. On the other hand, Phaedon was having a smooth time and could play whatever he drew. The 3 Volga brothers watched the whole process and could not stop laughing. "This is the feeling." Han Xiao shook his head. This was the reason why he did not like to play cards with this group of people. As long as there was any element of luck in the battle mode they played, Fu Ding could basically draw the best cards every time. Hurlus' luck could crush the 3 Volga brothers, but he could only be beaten up by Fu Ding's advanced halo. How could a human beat a dog? "Stop playing. We have a new mission. Ames wants us to go to Norios with her to find someone, so we won't accept any more missions from outsiders for now." Han Xiao interrupted them and said, She's not in the shattered star ring now. Before she comes back, I need to go to another star system to buy some things. I've already set the route. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. Han Xiao was naturally going to buy high-end knowledges. The Dragon Emperor had not arrived yet, so he planned to put everything aside and advance first. This was an opportunity that he had been looking forward to for a long time. It would allow his strength to increase to another level. The stronger he was, the freer his movements would be. In order to complete his plan, powerful strength was necessary. In fact, his plan was to obtain more strength. A few months ago, Han Xiao had already done some scouting. He went to a few star systems and successfully bought the 2 high-end knowledges that he had his eyes on. Because he did not take the path of gaining faction favorability, and high-end knowledges that were sold privately were very expensive, his savings plummeted to 500,000 aners. The 2 high-end knowledges cost him more than 800,000 aners in total. However, it was worth it. Money could be earned again, but the increase in his strength was permanent. The 2 high-end knowledges were High Energy Control, from the Energy branch, and Advanced Virtual Intelligence Technology, from the Control branch. High Energy Control was very crucial. It allowed one to control a higher level of energy and belonged to the core level of knowledge. With it, one could combine more stable shields and energy weapons. Energy weapons were more powerful conventional weapons than electromagnetic weapons. Because only a portion of the knowledges were sold, Han Xiao could only choose the more useful knowledges. Thus, he chose Advanced Virtual Intelligence Technology as the second one to create artificial intelligence. The high-end knowledges of the mechanic class were even more useful. Every one of them could play a role that could not be ignored. Ordinary players could only choose because the cost of high-end knowledges increased by 1 point. 3 points were needed to learn them, and 3 points were needed every time they leveled up. After some calculations, it was clear that the 3 branches had a total of 15 high-end knowledges. Learning all of them to level 5 would cost a total of 225 potential points. If he wanted to learn all of the advanced knowledges and basic knowledges to the max level, he would need a total of 450 potential point. Above high-end knowledges, there were higher-level knowledges. The mechanic class was an abyss that consumed potential points. It was basically impossible for the players to gather so many potential points. Thus, Han Xiao had been saving potential points from the start. These things would only become more and more difficult to spend. After completing all these preparations, Han Xiao happened to be in the Garten star system, so he drove the spaceship back to Jubilee Hub. Chapter 455. You have used Mission Completion Card. Trial of the Strong, in progress. Current progress, 1 level 100 promotion mission completed. END bonus increase. 1 END equals 50 HP equals 60 constitution done. After the dust settled, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Level 60 was the first race evolution, and level 100 was the second race evolution. I once used the Void Dragon Marrow to obtain the Void Genes talent. This can increase the options for race evolution and add a new evolution path. The race evolution options were randomly selected according to the evolution tree. A few options with higher compatibility would be selected, and there would also be an option with lower compatibility that would provide the player with a completely different path. You have taken another step forward on the path of evolution. You have received a life evolution upgrade. Detected race, Type 1 Space Human. Randomly selecting 6 compatible evolution paths. Selection complete. Please select one of the 6 options below to be your race evolution. Warning: the evolution process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Appendix: Evolution Path Characteristics, Type 2 Space Human, -94% compatibility. Type 3 Space Human, -92% compatibility. North Wind God, -75% compatibility. Void Prowler, Human Form, -81% compatibility. Half Dragon Hybrid, -64% compatibility. Intermediate Mechanical Life, -22% compatibility. Selection complete. Evolving race. Evolution complete. Race changed to void prowler, human form. Molecular structure improved, organ structure strengthened, metabolism changed, adaptability increased. Your potential has increased. You have received bonus stats, plus 28 SDR, plus 45 DEX, plus 15 END, plus 24 INT, plus 36 MYS, plus 22 CHA, plus 570 energy. Energy level bonus stats have changed. Your race characteristic, adaptability group, has changed. You have received racial trait, void travel. You have received the racial trait, void mirror image. You have received racial trait, void shadow. The excruciating pain of being skinned and torn apart came like a tsunami, but Han Xiao was already mentally prepared. Every time a race evolved, one's genes and cells would undergo a huge change. The players could ignore the pain, but he could not. Gritting his teeth, dense green veins appeared on his face, wriggling crazily like green snakes. His eyes were blood red, and the capillaries in his eyeballs were all exploding. The rhombus-shaped skin between his brows that was modified by the void gene let out a blurry grey light. Grey lines extended out from his face and rapidly covered his entire body, changing the cells in his body. The boundless energy in his body was out of control. The wild electric light was like dozens of lightning whips, crazily lashing out. The air was filled with a burnt smell, and the ground was scorched black. Pu. Han Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood seemed to be boiling and bubbling, turning into a bluish-purple color at a speed visible to the naked eye. This time, the pain lasted longer than any of the previous times. The Void Prowler could be considered a completely different life form, and it was an earth-shattering change. This was the special evolution path that the Void gene had given him. Regardless of future potential or race characteristics, he was one of the best out of the 6 options. Type 2 and Type 3 universe human race were the conventional evolution paths. They had different inclinations and were generally more moderate. The advantage was that they were very versatile, which meant that they could take many different paths. Han Xiao had chosen this path at level 60 because he wanted to find a strong evolution path. Now, he had found it. The Void race was like the Demon race and the Energy Life race. This was an entire species evolution path. It was rare, powerful, and had great potential. As for the other options, the Northern Wind God race was a special race. Their bodies were innately strong, their vitality was tenacious, and their reproduction ability was explosive. They called themselves the God race. The half-dragon half-blood was also a representation of a strong body. These two were suitable for pugilists. As for the intermediate mechanical life, it was a complete change of species, turning into a mechanical life form. It no longer had energy, and its compatibility was too low, so he definitely would not choose it. After a long time, the pain slowly subsided. Han Xiao felt as if he had been fished out of a sea of blood. During the last period of time, what seeped out of his pores was no longer sweat but human blood. At this time, all the blood in his body had been completely replaced, and his senses were completely different. Other than the 5 senses of a human, he had a few new senses. He could feel the flow of free energy and see the void vision. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world. Taking out a mirror, Han Xiao looked at his current appearance. His whole body had grown another 10 centimeters. Luckily, his 5 limbs were still that of a human, and there was no additional tail or arms. However, inside his body, the structure of his bones, muscles, and organs had completely changed. The degree of complexity was several times higher than that of a human. His appearance was not much different from before, and he was still as handsome as before. The diamond-shaped skin between his eyebrows had turned into an indigo crystal. This was a new organ that could be controlled and used to feel the void vision. His skin was even fairer than before, and his whole body exuded a mysterious aura. Not bad, he still has the appearance of a human. This is the human form of a void prowler. Originally, what kind of race was it? After becoming a void prowler, it could still maintain its original appearance. Only when it was contaminated with the void gene, most species would be able to mutate into a void prowler. Han Xiao was very knowledgeable. The 3 race characteristics were all talents of the void prowler, and among them, void travel was the core ability. Let's see what it feels like. The world in front of him suddenly changed, and everything turned into a foggy state. It was as if he was looking at the real world through a layer of medium. This was the void vision, and he had entered a mirror dimension that reflected reality. The flow of time was different. When Han Xiao moved, the real world was basically still. However, he could not actually affect reality, and he could only pass through material objects. The 2 dimensions were like a mirror, and they could not interfere with each other. It was equivalent to moving freely in stealth mode. Void travel did not have a time limit, but it continuously consumed a large amount of stamina while using the skill. The cooldown was 5 minutes. Han Xiao walked from one corner of the room to the other and counted silently for a few seconds before deactivating the skill. When he returned to reality again, he looked at his watch. This movement had not consumed any time at all. So, the performance of this ability in reality is similar to blink, teleport, or short-range warp. Han Xiao nodded to himself. According to his senses, this talent was like a weakened version of the time deceleration ability. The only difference was that it could not affect things in reality. At this time, he looked at himself in the mirror and noticed the changes in his body. When he used the race characteristic of the void prowler, he would leave his usual human form and enter the void form. This was because only then could he come into contact with the void dimension. The skin of his whole body turned into a crystalline gray, and there was a glimmer of starlight flowing through his skin. The originally white skin would converge into lines that looked like battle runes, spreading along the bone structure all over his body. The end of the white lines would gather at the crystal between his eyebrows. Han Xiao waited for a while, and his body automatically returned to its original state. The white lines spread out again, covering his skin as he returned to his human form. The gray skin in the void form was like a river flowing into the sea, and it was sucked back into the crystal. What a magical life form. I don't want to be human anymore. Han Xiao kept switching between the 2 forms, familiarizing himself with them for a while. As for the other 2 race characteristics, one was to form a mirror image that did not have any combat ability and could only confuse the enemy. The other was to summon a void shadow that would exist for 30 minutes. It would not be injured, had no offensive ability, and had extremely fast movement speed. It could be used to scout the way or interfere with the enemy's vision. These 2 race characteristics also consumed a lot of stamina. Most races only had 1 or 2 talents, and 3 talents were already a lot. The talents of the Void Prowler mainly focused on interference, confusion, and evasion. Among them, Void Travel was the most important and could be considered a super powerful evasion ability. It had an extremely strong life-saving effect, and the cooldown was only 5 minutes. On the interface, the class advancement requirements for his main class had already been completed, and it notified him that he had obtained the next class. You have received a new class, War Mechanic LV1. Plus 120 energy, plus 3 DEX, plus 3 END, plus 5 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have learned the ability, Applied Machinery Affinity. You have learned the ability, Waste Modification. You have learned the ability, Mechanical Overload. You have learned the ability, Mechanical Force Combat Technique, Locked. You have learned the talent, Battlefield Rationality. War Mechanic was the 6th stage of the Mechanic class, and it had already reached the middle stage of stability. This was the time when the Mechanic class began to show its power. The level limit of this class was LV20. As the name suggested, at this stage, the Mechanic class finally began to lean toward actual combat. Other than the new machinery affinity, the other skills were all combat skills. He invested his experience into his main class and leveled it up again and again. War Mechanic, leveled up to LV16. Plus 120 energy, plus 3 DEX, plus 3 END, plus 5 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points and 1 potential point. After reaching LV100, The EXP required to level up increased with each level. Han Xiao currently had about 1,600,000,000 EXP, and he spent 1,300,000,000 EXP to level up more than 10 times. He was only 4 levels away from the LV20 upper limit of War Mechanic, and he did not have enough EXP left. The experience that he had gained from the players in version 1.0 was finally going to be used up. I still have close to 300 million experience left. I can level up again, but it's not as cost-effective as leveling up my skills. Also, I need to synthesize the 2 high-end knowledges into new blueprints. It's more useful to keep them. Haha, I'm finally going to use up this huge pile of experience. Han Xiao smiled in satisfaction. He had not felt the lack of experience for a long time. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he also felt very happy and missed it. He had calculated long ago that he would definitely use up all this experience after his promotion at LV100. This was a great thing. The experience that was stored on the interface was just a number. It was no different from earning money and not spending it. Only by turning it into combat power would it be useful. When he was playing in the game in his previous life, the most satisfying moment was when he used up all his experience. How could earning money be better than spending it, squandering it, creating it? Now that he had finally digested all the experience that he had accumulated in version 1.0, he felt a strong sense of fulfillment. During the version update, the players were not around, so there was no way to quickly harvest experience. When the next version started, it would be time for him to harvest experience crazily again. After spending all this experience, I'm now at LV116. Very good. When the players appear again, it will be time for my strength to increase explosively. Chapter 456. After becoming a war mechanic, he gained 5 new abilities on his personal interface. Even without looking at the description, Han Xiao was familiar with the effects of these abilities. Application-grade machinery affinity gave a higher bonus than advanced machinery affinity. The core ability system of the mechanic class definitely needed to be upgraded. He only had 300 million EXP left, so he only leveled it up to level 5. Every level would give him an additional 5% effect, increasing his machinery affinity by another 25%. The prerequisite for waste modification was one of the 3 abilities given by the compression technology, basic machinery construction. The effects of the 2 were somewhat similar. Waste modification, S effect was that if a machine was destroyed, its durability reached 0, and turned into a pile of waste parts, he could use some energy to restore the parts back to their original state. However, the quality of the parts would decrease by 1 to 2 grades, and the basic attributes would also decrease by 25%. This ability could be used multiple times on the same target until its quality dropped to gray or its attributes dropped by 75%. This meant that this ability could only be used 3 times on the same target. As the name suggested, the effect of this ability was to efficiently reuse waste. Its effect in actual combat was much stronger than what the description said. This was also one of the reasons why the War Mechanic class was given the prefix War, allowing the Mechanic class to have more tactical options. In his previous life, the players had reached the 5th and 6th stage of their main class in version 3.0. That was the time when the Mechanic class turned over a new leaf. The War Mechanic class was both stable and complicated when fighting, and it also required an extremely strong tactical mind. It was the most difficult class to control. Mechanical Force Overload, on the other hand, was a normal machinery bonus skill. It was similar to Surging Mechanical Force and Overload, but the bonus value was higher. The difference between the two was that Surging Mechanical Force did not have any side effects. While Overload decreased durability, the side effect of Mechanical Force Overload was that the machinery would enter a cooldown period, unable to operate. However, it could be used together with Overload. When the two were used on a machine, the bonus would increase by another 40%, and the durability of the machine would instantly decrease by 33%. Han Xiao had used this ability quite often in the past, but he had only used it on abandoned pieces, which were the machines that were cannon fodder in his eyes. Among them, the most special ability was mechanical force combat technique, which had an unlocked suffix. It required one to learn a high-end knowledge, high-end electromagnetic force field. The uniqueness of this ability was that it was not a skill that could be used through machinery but the combat ability of the mechanic himself. Mechanical force was the energy converted from electromagnetic energy, and it also had electromagnetic characteristics. This combat technique was to make use of the characteristics of mechanical force. Even without machinery, he would still have a certain level of combat ability, just like how every mage had a certain level of melee combat ability. The last ability was the talent, battlefield rationality. It was a fixed talent of the mechanic class. After entering combat state, one's intelligence would increase by 1% for every minute up to a maximum of 15%. This talent was paired with the talent, machinery analytical comprehension, 10 intelligence plus 1% machinery affinity, from the previous stage of the main class. During normal PvP, the number of mechanic machines would decrease as the battle progressed. This talent made up for the late-game strength of the mechanic class to a certain extent. After the mechanic class was formed, it was very well-rounded. It could be used for both quick attacks and late-game attacks. There was a basic tactic that was to use a bunch of trapping machines to stall for 15 minutes. After getting the highest bonus, all the machines would be released for a wave of rush. Han Xiao only leveled up his machinery affinity by a few levels and did not touch anything else. He only spent 40 million experience, so he still had about 250 million experience left. He planned to spend it sparingly. He still had 96 free attribute points on the interface, so he continued to add all his points to intelligence. Actually, when he looked at the stick with the luck attribute, he hesitated for a moment. However, he did not add any points to luck in the end. Although 1 point of luck looked like a pain in the ass, it was of no use to him. Luck was related to the drop rate and the judgment of certain skills. He was not a player who walked the path of happiness, so he basically did not have any skills that required luck judgment. Adding points to luck would not increase his combat ability at all. Furthermore, adding 1 or 2 points to luck was useless. If he wanted to walk the path of happiness, he would need at least a few dozen points of luck. Throwing so many free attribute points into intelligence was equivalent to wasting them. Unless it was a dog, a lucky player would not be able to go far. After adding all the points, his attributes after the promotion were clear at a glance. Total level, 116 main class, mechanic race, void prowler, human form, 163 SDR, 349 DEX, 306 END, 872 INT, 102 MS, 41 CHA, 1 LUK free attribute points, 0 potential points, 55 health, 27038 stamina, 25880 energy, 7700 LV. 9 LV9 energy bonus points, plus 53 SDR, plus 72 DEX, plus 80 END, plus 90 INT, plus 55 MIS, plus 7520 stamina limit, plus 60% machinery affinity energy rank, 7637 owner grade. B. My energy rank is 7600, and I have yet to reach B+. However, my actual combat strength is not weaker than that of a B+. The standard for grade A is a universal grade. According to this level increase, I will have the strength of a calamity grade around level 140, which is 20 to 30 levels earlier than the players. Han Xiao nodded. I am already level 116, and I still have a mission completion card in my hands. The only thing I lack is experience. If I want to quickly gain experience, the players are the most efficient way. If I want to level up in a short period of time, I can only use the players. Therefore, as long as my plan can be carried out smoothly during the mutation disaster and guide the Blue Star players to join my faction, I will be able to reach grade A in the next version. After getting the cleaning robots to clean up the bloodstains on the ground, Han Xiao walked out of the simulation room. The moment he returned to the hall, everyone looked at him with shock. Am I hallucinating? You seem to have changed. Herles asked with suspicion. Sylvia walked around Han Xiao a few times, patted her chest, and heaved a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Is it that exaggerated? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. After his race evolution, his appearance had also changed, but he felt that the change was not too big. Your appearance is actually not bad, but your temperament is different. You seem to have become more mysterious. Furthermore, I remember that you did not have this crystal on your forehead. Herles shivered and said, Strange, I actually felt a sense of pressure from you. Our strength should be about the same. What did you do when you locked yourself in the room? They naturally did not know that Han Xiao could quickly complete his race evolution through the interface, while normal people needed to strengthen their cells over time to complete the evolution of their life level. The time required for the two was completely different. I am stronger than before. Han Xiao chuckled and waved his hand. I won't go into the details. Anyway, I am still me. Herles was helpless. Don't tell me you have some special training technique like Fu Ding? Fu Ding, who was meditating, opened his eyes. Who called me? Shut up. Oh. Herles had always disliked Fu Ding. He snorted, looked at Han Xiao, and asked, Are we going to Norios next? Han Xiao nodded. Yes, I'm done with my business. Ames asked me to go to Norios and find her teacher. He had become much stronger, but it would still take a very, very long time before he could reach Ames' level. Before that, Han Xiao did not mind having a backer. After all, the galaxy was so big, and there were too many strong people and organizations. Furthermore, Ames had saved him once before, so he would naturally help her if he could. There was no harm in building a good relationship with a beyond grade A super. He was still under the Dragon Emperor's command in name. This time, Herles interrupted. Before going to Norios, I want to go back to Planet Sunil and get my armor, Shattering Light. Planet Sunil is nearby anyway, so it won't take long. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He had been drooling over the commander-class armor for a long time. In the past, he did not have enough knowledge to study it, but now, he had fulfilled the requirements. No problem, let's go back together. The spaceship slowly landed on the plains outside Forest City. This used to be the battlefield against the catastrophe, and blood flowed like a river. Now, it had been cleaned up, and it was a barren, scorched land. The 6 lines of defense of Forest City had been repaired. Pairs of armored guards patrolled, and tanks drove out from time to hunt beasts deep in the forest. As soon as they landed, a large number of guards surrounded them and lined up to welcome them. Before coming, Herles had already informed the Sunil officials. As soon as they got off the spaceship, this group of guards shouted in Sunil's native language in unison. They were basically expressing their respect for Herles. Let's go back. I've already contacted the government. We'll go straight to the research center to get the armor, Herles said with a smile. They followed the guards all the way into Forest City. It had not changed much compared to a year ago, but there were fewer people on the streets. It was probably because more young people had joined the army. You're Herles? Oh my god, hero. This time, the passers-by noticed Herles and surrounded him with surprise. Han Xiao and the others were pushed to the side. Herles quickly put on a friendly smile and chatted for a while. As more and more people surrounded him, he could not stand the enthusiasm of the residents and hurriedly squeezed his way out. The few of them turned a few rounds and got rid of the crowd. You're very popular. Han Xiao laughed. Herles had an awkward expression. The government needs a role model to boost the confidence of the residents, so they promote my deeds and broadcast them on TV and radio every day. There's no one in this city who doesn't know me. National hero, so impressive. Sylvia's eyes sparkled. Impressive my ass. The end of a hero is to sacrifice himself, Herles said in annoyance. He still remembered Han Xiao's prophecy. The group sneaked to the entrance of the government in the center of the city. Only then did they not see the residents. Herles went forward to report, and very soon, a few officers came out to chat with him. This was the Sunil race's business, so Han Xiao was not interested in listening. After chatting for a while, Herles gestured to the rest and followed the officers into the military-restricted area. After passing through many metal doors, they came to a sealed research institute. The space was very spacious, and there was even a hangar with modified fighter jets. The group came to a laboratory, and Hurlus commander-class armor was placed on the experiment table. More than 10 researchers surrounded it to test its parameters. This is General Hurlus. He's here to take his armor. This is his pass. The officer went forward to negotiate. Han Xiao raised his brows, poked Hurlus back, and softly asked, "When did you become a general?" Hurlus grinned and also softly replied, "In name." The person in charge of the research was excitedly conducting experiments. Hearing that, he turned around, looked at the group, and showed an impatient expression. He came to the door and unhappily said, "Didn't you say that you would let me study it? Why are you suddenly taking it away? I heard that you guys have already made some progress, so I want to take back my armor." "This will be of great help to me," Hurlus said. The person in charge of the research grumbled unwillingly, "How can we return it to you? This armor is related to Sunil's top technology. It's a national treasure, not something that belongs to you alone." But I was the one who gave this to the country, so there's nothing wrong with me taking it back." "Aren't you a national hero? Are you not willing to make such a small contribution?" The person in charge of the research frowned. Hurlus was helpless. He looked at the officer beside him, and the officer immediately took out the document. The general idea was that Hurlus' request had already been approved by the upper echelons. The researchers beside heard that and could only follow the order. They picked up the armor, put it into the metal box, and handed it to Hurlus. "I've got it. Let's go." Hurlus touched the box and smiled. The person in charge of the research was so angry that he trembled. "If you leave the armor behind, we will definitely be able to get more results from the research, and it will be of greater help to the race." "You're too selfish." Hurlus' expression changed slightly, but he did not say anything. Just as he was about to leave, he realized that Han Xiao had stopped. Turning around, Han Xiao walked up to the person in charge of the research, grabbed his head, and forced the panicking person to look at him. He said calmly, "I remember how he was covered in wounds when he fought with me. I remember how lonely he looked when he lost his arm. I remember how he was in pain when he was implanted with the mechanical arm. If not for your bullsh** T race, with his strength, he would not have been able to live comfortably in the galaxy. I just don't know, how is he selfish? Is it because he's a good person that you dare to spout nonsense because you know he won't hurt you?" Chapter 457. You're not human. The person in charge of the research was terrified, and his legs were weak. However, his head was held by Han Xiao, so he could not fall down. Han Xiao was wearing clothes at this time, and he immediately retracted his void form. Only the person in charge of the research who was staring at him clearly saw his change, and the sudden change of appearance made him extremely terrified. Void creatures were not violent, but their mysterious origin and powerful abilities made most intelligent creatures wary of them. Han Xiao let go of his hand and let this guy fall to the ground. Han Xiao looked around. The other researchers were all huddled in the corner, not saying a word. These Sunils were just normal people, and Han Xiao had a life-level suppression effect on them. On the side, the few officers did not go up to stop him, turning a blind eye. "There's no need to hurt him. Black Star, let's go." Hurlus was very touched. He did not want to argue, but he did not expect Han Xiao to suddenly speak up for him and even speak his mind. Indeed, if not for the sake of his race, he could have just stood by and watched. With his grade B strength, he could live a carefree life in the galaxy. Why would he need to become a mercenary and run around? Those Sunil supers who had left had this thought in mind. After going through so many adventures with Han Xiao, he had long seen Han Xiao as a close comrade, a reliable partner, a partner that he could trust with his back. Now that he was contributing to the Black Star mercenary, it was not just because of Han Xiao's promise. Scenes of fighting side by side flashed through his mind, and Hurlus felt warm in his heart. At dusk, they left the forbidden military area, all the way out of the city, and returned to the spaceship. This time, Hurlus grabbed Han Xiao and laughed heartily. "Haha, actually, I don't really care about what others say. When I was running the bar, I heard this a lot, but thanks anyway. It's just scaring people, no big deal. People like you deserve more respect. Han Xiao shrugged. If he wanted his officers to work for him, he had to pay attention to his image. If he wanted to form the image of a reliable leader, protecting his comrades was the most basic prerequisite. These main characters all had their own ideas. If his actions went against their creed, his backyard would be on fire. Han Xiao's attitude had always been very neutral. Whether it was obeying the law or committing crimes, he only looked at the benefits and his mood. Obviously, he could gain a good impression just by showing his attitude. Such a good opportunity to win people's hearts, he wouldn't miss it no matter what. Herles raised the armor box in his hand and smiled. Speaking of which, you haven't experienced my combat power in my complete form, right? How about a round? Now. Are you sure? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. You want to end this beautiful day with a crushing defeat. You are very arrogant. Herles was full of confidence. Shattered Light is a custom-made commander-class armor that my brother made for me. It can increase my strength by almost half. Normally, he would often spar with Han Xiao, but most of the time, he would be beaten up. He could only play the role of a practice partner. He had always been depressed, and had long wanted to wash away his shame. At this moment, he felt that his chance had finally come. With Han Xiao's strength, it would be very difficult to win against him after he got his armor back. Then, I'll try to be gentle. I'll still be the one to fix your armor if I break it. Han Xiao smiled. He could use this opportunity to reverse engineer the commander-class armor's blueprint. Under the setting sun, on the plains. The two of them were 200 meters apart. This distance was just a sprint for both of them. Herles put on Shattered Light, and his face was covered by a helmet. He was covered in silver-blue precision armor, just like a gorgeous ancient knight's armor. 2 pieces of pure white soft metal extended out from each of his shoulders, hanging behind him like a cape. Hum! A majestic silver-white flame aura soared into the sky, and the dust on the ground rippled. The aura was astonishing. The 10-meter-long battleship slicing blade was entwined with a fierce silver wind. The shattering light armor had increased his pugilist energy. The troops in the camp far away sensed this shocking energy wave. The guards came to the edge of the camp and watched in shock. He's indeed much stronger. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Looking at it, Herles' energy wave in Shattered Light form was at least 30% stronger. Boom! Herles swung his blade, and a silver wave of 20 to 30 meters broke through the ground. Dirt flew everywhere like a tsunami. Silver light instantly filled Han Xiao's vision. Compressed orbs were opened, and the Void Dragon mechanical suit was instantly attached to him. Han Xiao stacked his hands, and grey light surged. Void spray blasted the incoming wave into pieces. Swoosh! The next moment, a cold light flashed past the silver pieces and slashed down. Herles followed the slash like an arrow. His attacks were swift and fierce, going straight for Han Xiao's face, not giving him any space to set up. A tactic that can be guessed without even thinking. Han Xiao dodged to the side easily. The slash hit the ground, and the shockwave spread, turning the ground within dozens of meters into cracked rocks. He shook his hand, and a black electromagnetic scythe appeared. You still have the mood to talk when I'm so close to you? Herles snorted. He turned the handle, and the battleship slicing blade shrunk to about 1 meter long. It was suitable for close-range combat. This thing could be extended and retracted freely. Dang! Dang! In the blink of an eye, the scythe and the battle blade clashed more than 10 times, and sparks flew everywhere. The two of them moved around, and the energy from the battle spread everywhere. The ground within a 1-mile radius became a mess, and the shockwaves from the battle between Grade B supers could even destroy a city. The Sunil soldiers watching from afar exclaimed in shock. Such terrifying individual destructive power dazzled these young soldiers, and they yearned for it. Herles' thick energy was like a tidal wave, wave after wave, surging violently. When a pugilist reached this level, every move they made could cause a huge amount of damage. Their body was their strongest weapon, especially for a martial artist like Herles. When they fought, There was only one word to describe it: ferocious. Close-range combat was the strength of the pugilist class, but Han Xiao was not afraid at all. His various bonuses were not for decoration. When he fought alone, one against 10,000 men, alone gave him an 11% bonus to all his attributes. When he entered the battlefield wisdom also started to stack. Although I'm not afraid of close-range combat, my strength is also restricted in this situation. Normal restraints can't stop a pugilist with such destructive power. Han Xiao raised his blade and blocked the slash. At the same time, he activated recoil thorns to reflect part of the damage. Herlus' body shook, and he was pushed back. His legs created a ditch on the ground. Zung. Another compressed orb was activated, and 2 mechanical wings spread out from his back. A gust of hot wind blew out, and Han Xiao rose into the air. Although he could make anti-gravity devices, he could not make them into independent components of the mechanical suit due to their large size. He had yet to assemble the blueprint of a miniature anti-gravity device. His flying ability still came from the wings. His power had been strengthened, and supersonic flight was a piece of cake. Clack! Floating in midair, Han Xiao opened his arms, and hundreds of compressed orbs shot out from the tubes. They quickly expanded after landing on the ground, turning into cannons and mechanical beasts one after another. It was as though he had scattered beans to form soldiers. The dense rain of bullets focused on Herlus, who was in the center. The bullets created countless sparks on his armor. Even though Han Xiao had not had the time to upgrade his machinery and was still using gunpowder and electromagnetic energy cannons, his machinery affinity had a higher bonus after his promotion, and the power of his cannons had also increased. At the very least, he would not be unable to deal any damage. Countless bullets bombarded Herlus. 5-6 damage values kept popping up on Herlus' body, mixed with 20 to 30 points of damage from the electromagnetic cannons. The single damage was not much, but the horrifying attack frequency caused damage values to pop up on Herlus' body like a waterfall. Dozens of times in an instant. This time, Herlus let out a low roar. This tactic is useless against me. Chapter 458. Bang! Before the mechanical beasts could attack, Herlus suddenly jumped up, and the ground cracked as he flew into the sky. The white cloak on his shoulders suddenly fluttered, and his energy turned into power. Using some special principle, these 2 pieces of flexible alloy had the effect of levitating in the air. Herlus also flew up and jumped in the air. He struck with his blade and instantly attacked. Clang! The battleship slicing blade slashed onto the armor, causing Han Xiao to roll in the air. This armor can fly too? Han Xiao steadied himself and narrowed his eyes. A pugilist who could fly was a completely different threat level. This kid still had some tricks up his sleeve. If he had not advanced, he might not have been able to beat Herlus in this form. He was not shocked but overjoyed. The stronger Herlus was, the stronger the mercenary group would be. This is. Under the mechanical suit helmet, Han Xiao smiled. Interesting. On the ground, Arosha, Fu Ding, and the rest looked up at the intense battle in the sky. Even Herlus can fly. Looks like our captain has no chance. Any mechanic who gets close to a pugilist is basically a dead man. The boss of the Volga clicked his tongue. Teacher won't lose. Sylvia's palms were sweating as she watched the battle closely. The 2 of them were flying in midair. The mechanical beasts on the ground could not do anything, and the cannons could not hit the 2 of them who were moving at high speed. Herlus' attacks were smooth and seamless, making it impossible for Han Xiao to escape. In her eyes, this scene clearly showed that Han Xiao was at a disadvantage. However, she had an inexplicable confidence in her teacher. The boss of the Volga's eyes sparkled. Do you want to bet? I bet that our captain will lose, and you bet that our captain will win. How about that? Sylvia had a conflicted expression. Teacher said that gambling is a bad habit. *T. He only said that because he can't win, the boss of the Volga said. 300 annas. Do you have so little confidence in our captain? Okay, I accept. Sylvia clenched her teeth. Suddenly, a ring of invisible interference electromagnetic field burst forth from Han Xiao's helmet and spread out. Hurless mechanical suit's vision suddenly turned black, and he lost his vision for a moment. Hurless hurriedly opened his helmet and observed with his eyes. Seeing that Han Xiao had not flown far away, he immediately slashed horizontally and chased after Han Xiao. "You want to run? Have you asked for my blade's permission?" Hurless laughed. However, this slash cut Han Xiao in half without any resistance. Hurless was shocked. The next moment, the two halves of Han Xiao trembled like water ripples and disappeared without a trace. Void mirror image. What kind of ability is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Hurless suddenly had a bad feeling. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Xiao had already quietly returned to the ground and was directly below Hurless. A new machine had already appeared beneath his feet. It was a huge metal disc that was placed flat on the ground. In the center were 3 equilateral triangular holes that emitted a faint blue light. They formed an even larger triangle that faced Hurless in midair. Before Hurless could move, a thick translucent blue light beam shot out of the triangular hole and enveloped him. His body was out of control, and he quickly fell. With a loud bang, he was firmly stuck to this machine and could not break free for the time being. This was a trap-type machine. It was originally an object tractor used by spaceships and was not used for combat at all. It was difficult for it to hit high-speed targets, but if it succeeded, it would be a powerful control method. In his previous life, Han Xiao was the first player to use a spaceship tractor in actual combat. Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and all the cannons fired at the immobilized Hurless. At the same time, he activated Overload, Surging Mechanical Force, and Mechanical Force Overload on these cannons, followed by Gene Liberation. Even if he only rolled the lowest 2 times damage bonus, it was enough to end this battle. Boom boom boom. The cannon fire created a thick fog that completely covered Hurless' figure. Stop stop stop. I admit defeat. Stop fighting, my armor is about to explode. Hurless' anxious begging could be heard from the thick smoke. Han Xiao casually walked to the side, controlled the cannons to cease fire, and turned off the tractor. Hurless crawled up with his face covered in dust. His exquisite shattering light armor was now charred and cracked all over. He was in a sorry state, which made his heart ache. He originally had the upper hand, but he did not expect to be hit with a flaw and lose instantly. When did Black Star become so strong? I can't beat him even with shattering light armor. Not only did the gap not shrink, but it grew even bigger. He thought that he could win this round and wash away his shame, so he felt even more depressed. How much strength did you use just now? Not at full strength anyway. Are you angry? Han Xiao laughed. Because the weakness of the mechanic class was being attacked in the face, he was the least afraid of being attacked in the face. In his previous life, he had played the mechanic class for so many years, and the number of people who could attack in the face could be piled up into a small mountain. Do you really want to kill me, a mechanic with 27,000 HP and a full set of mecha armor? He looked as steady as an old dog, but in reality, he was still as steady as an old dog. However, although he had won, Han Xiao still noticed some problems. This set of skills seemed a little weak against opponents of the same level. It had to be combined with explosive skills to win in one round. There's no problem with the tactical thinking. Looks like I need to build some stronger machines. Han Xiao thought to himself. Hurless was still clenching his teeth. He was used to fighting head-on, but fighting with Han Xiao felt like he was being restrained. He felt uncomfortable all over. It seemed like he had the upper hand all the time, but it was more like he was being led by the nose. The battle seemed very intense, but only he knew how good Han Xiao was at dodging. He barely managed to land a few hits. Hurless could not use his strong pugilist skills, so he could not fight to his heart's content at all. All right, stop struggling. It's not the first time you've lost to me. Take off your clothes. I'll fix it for you. Han Xiao patted Hurless on the shoulder and comforted him. The two of them were taking off their armor. On the other side, Sylvia's face was red with excitement. She could not wait to stretch out her hand, giggled, and said, 300 aners. You have to accept your loss. My hard-earned money. The eldest Volga brother howled in grief and pounded his chest. I shouldn't have trusted that old plum. After leaving planet Sunil, the spaceship took off. In the machinery modification room on the spaceship, Han Xiao fixed shattered light. This time, he had fulfilled the prerequisite knowledge and obtained the commander-grade armor blueprint after paying a sum of experience. This was a set of armor specifically for supers. Its attributes were even stronger, and it could even increase energy. Other than the lack of functions, its performance was not much worse than his amphiptyr. However, in comparison, the materials were much cheaper, and the cost of mass production was even lower. Han Xiao had already gathered the 3 sets of armor of the Sunil system Enlistee, NCO, and Commander Grade. This set could be sold to the players step by step. It could basically be considered the first set of faction specialties. After all, Sunil would not sell their top-grade armor. They had to complete missions to gain faction favorability, unlike him, who could directly exchange for it with money. The other party wanted liver, while he wanted money. The difference between them was obvious. Spending money could save time, and time was priceless. This way, was it not using sinful money to exchange for priceless time? What a huge profit. Norios was very far away, located at the edge of the shattered star ring. It was like one of the gates into the shattered star ring. Even with all kinds of stargates, spaceships would still need to travel for many days to reach it. This ample time was enough for him to build stronger new machinery and strengthen his combat system. Furthermore, he also had time to think about what he should prepare for the upcoming version 2.0 during the version update period. Now, the problem of promotion had been perfectly solved. This made Han Xiao heave a huge sigh of relief. It was much earlier than he had expected, which meant that he had saved a lot of time. After completing this mission with Ames, it was time for him to officially start the early stages of the plan. Chapter 459. Many days later. Through the porthole, a metallic planet gradually approached. There was no greenery of the forest, no dust of the land, and no blue of the sea. The ubiquitous metal replaced nature and occupied the surface of the planet. Destination detected, arriving at Norios, surface temperature suitable, In the spaceship hall, a round-headed robot spoke in a mechanical voice. Its cylindrical body was like a can, and there were slender mechanical arms on both sides of its body. It was about 1 meter tall and only reached the thigh of a normal human. There was a wheel below it, and that was how it moved. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed the robot's head and lifted it into the air. The robot seemed to be panicking, and its 2 mechanical arms swayed in the air. Together with this round robot body, it looked strangely cute. Caught, The robot spoke. This time, the man in black sitting on the sofa spoke. Put it down. How many times have I told you, Hurlus? Don't play with my robot. Hurlus shrugged and put down the robot. This little guy returned to the ground and hurriedly used the wheel to slide to the side of the sofa, wanting to hide behind Han Xiao's legs while shivering. Han Xiao casually patted the robot's metal head as gently as if he was treating a pet. Hurlus had one hand on his waist and the other on his head. He said helplessly, "Does this artificial intelligence you created really have combat ability? Can't you remember its name? It's called Philip." Han Xiao facepalmed. It's only a half-finished product. While the spaceship was traveling, Han Xiao did not stay idle. He assembled many more powerful blueprints and updated his combat machinery. He also used the newly obtained, advanced virtual intelligence technology to create Philip. This was an artificial intelligence. Compared to the smart chips in the past, the calculation speed, logic structure, and data capacity of artificial intelligence were many times higher. There were a few models for artificial intelligence, 2 of which were more unique. One was to directly input the template data, making it seem like the artificial intelligence had its own virtual personality, but in reality, it still followed a fixed closed thought framework, only simulating intelligent creatures. The advantage was that it was obedient. The second was to truly have independent thoughts and imagination, and it could think on its own. Only basic commands could control it. Obviously, the latter was more agile and had the potential to become a virtual life or mechanical life, but the risk was also higher. Han Xiao only needed a good helper for the time being, so Philip was the former. The reason why it was a semi-finished product was because there were still some logical commands that had not been set up. The virtual personality still had flaws and needed more time to perfect it. However, there was no problem in running it. Philip could download data through the internet, but it would not affect the fixed virtual personality. Han Xiao had casually built a robot body for it. As for why he named it Philip, it was the name of the tortoise he had raised in his previous life. He used it to remember the raiser that had died young. For lazy people who wanted to raise a pet but didn't like to clean, a tortoise was the best choice. Maybe the tortoise would still be alive even after the owner had raised him to death. Looking at the planet outside the window that was getting closer and closer, Han Xiao said with a deep voice, "We're almost there. This is one of the transit stations to enter the shattered star ring, so there will be many people from other star fields. Who knows how many powerful supers there will be? Let's keep a low profile and not cause any unnecessary trouble. Our goal is to find the Dragon Emperor's teacher. Ames is rushing back from another star field. Even if her spaceship is fast, it will still take some time. Let's look for clues in Norios first." Norios was at the edge of the shattered star ring. This planet did not belong to any civilization. A long time ago, a super financial group had taken a fancy to this planet's geographical location and bought it. Back then, this planet was just a numbered, desolate, and uninhabited planet with a harsh environment. The financial group had modified it into an artificial planet and used countless equipment to change the ecological environment, making it habitable. Thus, this planet became a transit station to enter the shattered star ring. Because there were no planets near Norios for a long time, and the nearest stargate required at least 3 days to jump, many travelers would choose to settle down there to replenish fuel and resources, repair their spaceships, and have some fun. Thus, the financial group made a lot of money and broke even in less than 50 years. The prosperity of the economy also attracted many galactic residents. They smelled the opportunity to make a fortune and opened shops there. Similarly, all kinds of business organizations also started to operate there. Norios gathered countless travelers, and it was very prosperous. However, unlike floating Dragon Island, Norios did not accept criminals, and the wanted order was effective there. Almost no galactic pirates or wanderers came to this place. However, the financial group that controlled Norios did not want galactic pirates to set their eyes on this rich land. Thus, many frigates were stationed outside the planet and the port was set outside the planet, not allowing any spaceships to enter the planet's atmosphere. Even the frigates themselves were not allowed to enter. This was to prevent outsiders from stealing the frigate. Furthermore, the financial group had set up a super large energy shield to cover Norios' atmosphere to prevent long-range attacks from destroying the planet's surface. All visitors had to park their spaceships at the spaceport. If they drove their spaceships into the atmosphere, the frigates would fire after warning them. If the travelers wanted to go to the surface for entertainment, they had to take the 10,000-meter elevator that connected the sky and the Earth. This was the security measure of Norios. It was very strict and made the travelers feel safe. However, there were galactic pirates who did not give up. Some tried to force their way in and were blown up by the frigates. Some robbed on the surface and took the elevator to the port, but they were caught by the security forces. The most common situation was when the galactic pirates were robbing on the surface and were killed by travelers passing by. No one knew what kind of people the travelers from other starfields were. Crouching tigers and hidden dragons. As they got closer, they could see 5 gigantic steel space stations floating in different directions of Norios. These were 5 spaceports outside the atmosphere. There were all kinds of defense turrets on them, and a large number of frigates were parked around them. The spaceship stopped at the nearest port. Han Xiao settled the procedures for the spaceship and brought the curious crowd to the elevator area. This place was packed with people, and there was a long queue of all kinds of creatures. Arosha looked up and said, "This place gives me a familiar feeling. I think I've been here before." This time, a notification appeared on the interface. Han Xiao took a look. It turned out that the progress of the second round of reboot had increased by 1 point. Looks like Norios is one of the places in Arosha's memory fragments. She came here before in one of her lives, and I accidentally bumped into this place, he thought. Fu Ding looked around and said, "Just here, I can feel at least 40 grade B energy waves. No wonder we have to keep a low profile." Sylvia was a little nervous. She felt like a sheep that had entered a tiger's den. Luckily, her teacher, Uncle Hurlus, and Sister Arosha were also very strong, so she was a little relieved. In his previous life, Norios was a high-level area. If the players wanted to go to other starfields, they had to go through similar transit stations. By the time they could leave the starfield, the players' levels were already not low. After queuing for a while, it was finally their turn. The staff at the elevator kept collecting the tickets and said welcome to every passenger with a professional smile. When it was Han Xiao's turn, the staff suddenly smiled and said, "Welcome to Norios, Black Star. You know me?" Han Xiao lowered his head and looked at him, slightly surprised. "I'm just here to pass on the message. Have a good trip." When they entered the port, the surveillance cameras automatically detected the identity of the visitors, and the upper echelons found out about Han Xiao's identity. The Black Star mercenary was quite famous in the Shattered Star Ring, especially since Floating Dragon's background was not to be underestimated. The financial group valued famous people from all walks of life, so the upper echelons had specially instructed them to be more polite to the Black Star mercenary. The elevator was very spacious, and each trip carried hundreds of passengers. After a short wait, the ground beneath everyone's feet sank as the elevator began moving. Soon, it slid out of the space station along the tracks. The walls of the elevator were made of transparent glass, and the spectacular view of the sky immediately entered their eyes. He saw that there were dozens of elevator tracks connected to the port nearby. They were like towers that reached the sky, and they were all in operation. This height was above the clouds, and it was as if the sea of clouds was under their feet. The tracks extended all the way down into the clouds, and the ground could not be seen. Looking into the distance, the sky gradually turned from black to blue, and the artificial fixed star was shining so brightly that it was as if they could touch it with their hands. So beautiful. "Philip, take a picture." Sylvia's eyes sparkled. Philip's mechanical eyes kept flashing, and he took pictures crazily. He was originally an assistant, and Han Xiao had given the other officers secondary authority. When he was not giving orders, the others could give orders to Philip. Passing through the clouds, Han Xiao looked down at the city on the ground. Countless spacecrafts were flying around, and they could only fly below 2,000 meters. The buildings that were hundreds of meters tall were like steel spears pointing to the sky. This was a city that was completely made of steel. There were no plants in sight, but it was not dead. Instead, it was filled with colorful neon lights, and it was extremely prosperous. Large ecological facilities provided the freshest air, and under the steel ground, there were many facilities for governing the city, controlled by the city management system. The foundation of the city was a kind of colonial-level machinery that could be mass-produced. When thrown on the surface of a planet, a city like this would be formed. The Norios Consortium had bought this kind of idiot's automatic city expansion pack from the Red Empire and easily transformed this planet. With money, one could really do whatever they wanted. Norios had more than a dozen cities on the surface, and they were connected to each other by electromagnetic tracks and high-speed trains. Han Xiao and the others were heading to city number 4. Looking at the surface getting closer and closer, Han Xiao suddenly frowned, and his heart skipped a beat. "There's a feeling of unease in my heart. I keep feeling that something is going to happen." When the elevator reached the surface, they followed the flow of people out of the station. The noisy atmosphere hit them in the face, and the streets were crowded with people of all kinds. Bang! Philip was knocked into by a passerby and spun around a few times. Seeing this, Sylvia bent down and hugged the robot to prevent it from being kicked away. "There are too many people here." How are we going to find the person? Hurles asked loudly as he pushed away an insect creature that seemed to be selling its body. Han Xiao already had a plan. Because Norios is a major transportation route, many intelligence organizations have set up branches here to record the information of all travelers. I know what the target looks like. As long as we ask the intelligence organization, we will definitely get some clues. Hurles was enlightened. You really know everything. How reliable. They walked through the crowd. About 20 minutes later, Han Xiao stopped at the entrance of a tall building. This is the place. The 97th floor is the office of an official intelligence organization. Han Xiao looked up. It was easy to find the location of an official intelligence organization. The group took the elevator up to the 97th floor. It was very dark here, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were covered with black cloth, as if deliberately creating a mysterious atmosphere. After walking in, there was only one receptionist at the door. Beside them was a long and narrow corridor. The space here was very spacious, but the other places were all black walls, so it was impossible to pass through. To ensure the privacy of the customers, this floor was divided into opaque cubicles by the walls for detailed discussions. The corridors between these cubicles were like a maze, and this corridor was the only entrance. There were countless forks inside, so the customers would not meet each other. I'm here to buy intelligence. Han Xiao expressed his intention to the receptionist. Wait a moment. The receptionist pressed a button on the table. After a while, a human trader in a black suit walked out of the corridor and said in a deep voice, "Please follow me." Han Xiao and the rest followed the human trader into the corridor, turned into a fork, and walked toward a cubicle. Just a few seconds after they walked into the fork, another Birdman trader walked out from another fork with the customer who had just bought the information and headed toward the door, missing Han Xiao and the others by a hair's breadth. Thank you for your patronage. At the door, the Birdman trader said goodbye to his customer. This customer was wearing a hood, and his entire body was shrouded in a black robe, hiding his appearance. He did not say anything, walked out, and pressed the elevator button. The moment the elevator door opened and he lowered his head, the light briefly illuminated his face under the hood. Chapter 460. Han Xiao naturally did not know that the people of Darkstar were tracking the traitor in Norios and had bought a piece of intel from the intelligence organization. Coincidentally, he had brushed past Ashes, and neither of them had noticed the other. At this time, the trader brought them to a cubicle, and they all sat down. What kind of intel do you want to buy? Our organization has a very strong intelligence network. Be it current affairs or secret information, we have it all, the trader boasted. I want to find someone. Give me a pen and paper, and I'll draw his face. The higher the intelligence attribute, the clearer the memory. Han Xiao quickly drew a portrait of a human on the paper. According to the lifespan of a normal human, this person looked to be around 50 years old. He had a full beard, a chiseled face, and many wrinkles. From the outside, he looked like an ordinary middle-aged man who had been through a lot. This person should have been to Norios before. I want to know when and where he appeared, Han Xiao said. The trader nodded, took out an internal device, and searched for a while before saying, "We have the right information. This is an ordinary person. Our spies have recorded all the travelers who came to Norios. Recently, we've been holding a discount to find people. This intel only costs 100 aners." Sylvia was speechless. Intel was indeed expensive. Just finding someone marked as an ordinary person cost 100 aners, which was enough to travel a few star systems on a galactic travel group. She had also spent a lot of money to buy information on Han Xiao's whereabouts in the past. If she had been cowardly back then and not taken revenge, she would not have known the truth about her father and would have lived in a false hatred. How sad would her life have been? She would not have become her teacher's disciple and would never have been able to come into contact with the superdomain. Thinking back, she could not help but feel grateful that Han Xiao did not kill her. Otherwise, she would not be where she was today. For a moment, Sylvia was filled with emotions. After Han Xiao made the payment, the trader passed the information over, and everyone gathered around to take a look. This person came to Norias 38 days ago. He took a cross-starfield flight from the ancient star desert, Starfield. He didn't do anything special in Norias. It seems like he's just here for a trip. The last time he appeared was 16 days ago, south of City 8. A detailed address was written on it. This was the last place the target was seen. 16 days ago? Is he still in Norios? Han Xiao asked. The trader nodded. We have internal personnel at the port. Every registered ID has a record. He hasn't left Norios, so he should still be in that place. That's not necessarily the case. Han Xiao was non-committal. Intelligence agencies were not omnipotent. As long as one changed their appearance and used a fake identity ID, it would be easy to fool the eyes of the spies. He could do it easily. Furthermore, the Dragon Emperor's teacher was a prophet. After experiencing the effects of the Destiny's Child character summon card so many times, he understood the ability of prophesies. Prophesies were not omniscient, and the future they saw would not be too far away from the present. If the target did not use prophesies, he would be no different from an ordinary person. Perhaps the target did not know that they were looking for him, but that would be a dream. The target should have known long ago. Prophets were all very difficult to deal with. If they did not want to be found, it was too easy for them to hide with their abilities. Just like how the Germinal organization could not find him back then. Han Xiao could not tell what the target was thinking. If the target wanted to see Ames, he would not have hidden at all. Although he had the Destiny's Child character summon card, he did not intend to use it here because the result would not affect him much. The important thing was to carry out the search. The result was not important. Anyway, as long as he could give Ames some clues, he would have completed his mission. As for whether Ames could see her teacher or not, Han Xiao did not care. After getting the clues he wanted, he led everyone out of the intelligence organization and went straight to the station. They boarded the high-speed maglev train to City 8. There were many carriages on the train. The carriage they were in was a group seat with the seats around a table. The scenery outside the window flew by. Herles was playing cards with the three brothers again. Fu Ding was watching how normal people played cards. Arosha was eating snacks, and Sylvia was playing with Philip, who was spinning in circles. Because they were only in Norios to look for someone, everyone was very relaxed. Black Star was the best at finding things anyway. With him around, there was nothing to worry about. Han Xiao crossed his arms, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes to rest. At this time, a strange man's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Can I sit here? He opened his eyes and saw a man with golden skin standing beside him. He was carrying a bag and had a smile on his face. He was a god aura, but his skin color was very light. He did not seem to be a pureblood god aura. Han Xiao's heart tightened, and he immediately raised his guard. At this point, he was innately wary of any hybrid godaran. Who are you? Haha, I seem to be too abrupt. Allow me to introduce myself. This god aura bowed elegantly and said in a proper tone, my name is Oven. As you can see, I'm a god aura. However, don't worry, I'm not a pureblood with high standards. I'm just an ordinary god aura and galactic human hybrid. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I hope to be your companion on this short journey. Everyone had a strange expression. A stranger came out of nowhere and wanted to be friends with them. No matter how they thought about it, it was strange. Could it be that someone's charm had attracted this guy? Everyone looked at Fu Ding and then at Han Xiao. Their gazes shifted back and forth. Han Xiao pointed to the side. There are still empty seats there. If you just want to find a place to rest, please don't disturb us. No, please don't misunderstand me. Oven suddenly sat down and squeezed Herles in. He seemed to be determined to stay there. With a warm smile on his face, he said sincerely, I'm also a traveler in Norios. My companions are at the port, and I'm the only one who came to the surface. It's too lonely to be alone, and I love to make friends. There's a saying in my hometown, when you're out, you have to make friends openly. That's the way of a man. Hey, don't squeeze me. We haven't agreed to let you sit down. Herles was unhappy. You guys are playing Wayne cards. Oven saw the cards on the table, and his eyes sparkled. He took out a stack of cards from his backpack, slapped it on the table, and said, I'm an expert at Wayne cards. I use the Radiance Domain deck, and no one has ever beaten me. How about it? Do you dare to play around with me? Why are you acting so familiar with us? Who wants to play cards with you? Hurlus was speechless. Oven laughed and said confidently, Indeed, it's boring to just play cards. Let's make a bet. 50 annas per round. Do you dare to play around with me? Oh, you want to challenge me? Hurlus was furious. He felt that his dignity as the Black Star god of gamblers was being challenged, although there were not many Black Star mercenary members. At the same time, Hurlus secretly turned to look at Han Xiao. Han Xiao made a hand gesture, indicating that he allowed it. He had just checked on Oven. This god aura person was very weak, and his energy wave had only reached grade C. He could kill him in 1 second, so he was not much of a threat. He wanted to see who this god aura person was and what he had up his sleeve, so he allowed him to stay and observe him closely. Chapter 461. Hurlus sat across from him, organized his cards, and sneered. Since you want to give me money, I'll fulfill your wish. Haha, it's not certain who will win yet. Oven laughed. His laughter could be heard throughout the carriage, and the other passengers looked over. The two of them started playing, and soon, it was hard to tell who would win. Oven spoke in a friendly tone. After the initial awkwardness, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious, and he chatted and laughed with everyone. From the beginning to the end, Han Xiao kept an eye on Oven to prevent him from having any ulterior motives. At the same time, he secretly turned on the metal detector and wavelength detector to prevent him from having any equipment on him. However, Oven did not do anything out of the ordinary. Everything on him was normal. He only played cards happily along the way, making a big fuss. He seemed to be very forthright. 2 hours later, the train arrived at the station, and everyone got off. Alvin took in a deep breath of fresh air, turned around, and slightly bowed to the group. He elegantly smiled and said, although the journey was short, it was a very good and leisurely time. It will always be engraved in my mind as part of the beautiful memories. I am very grateful for your company. We are already friends, so I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Then, he waved, carried his bag, and left. Weirdo, Sylvia mumbled. What a passionate person, Fu Ding said with a smile. Just a rather forthright passerby, Hurlus said. We might be overthinking. Han Xiao glanced at him and did not comment. Although he did not know Oven's intentions, he rarely believed in any coincidental reasons. Even though this Oven guy did not do anything out of the ordinary along the way, he still did not let his guard down. He patted Philip's metal head and asked, Did you take a picture of him? Took 372 pictures, from all angles, let's not care about him for now. Let's go find him. Han Xiao nodded, walked forward, and asked casually, Right, I didn't notice earlier. Did you guys win any money from playing cards? Hurlus scratched his head. That guy is pretty good. He won a few hundred from me. It was such a loss for me, so I got Fu Ding to help me. After winning a few rounds, we reached our destination. After calculating, it's a draw. No one won. His footsteps suddenly paused as he stroked his chin. Oven. I've never heard of this name. Interesting. Unsure of Oven's intentions, Han Xiao temporarily put aside this episode and followed the clues to find the last location of the target. This was a remote street surrounded by tall buildings, which made it seem a little narrow. In the middle of the tall buildings, there was a relatively short villa. The architectural style was in line with human aesthetics. It was flat and symmetrical, and it had a courtyard. It looked like a private mansion. The door was a sealed alloy door. Only a small glass window on the door could see inside. There was no one in the yard at this time. Han Xiao glanced around and saw a button next to the door. It should be the doorbell for visitors. We're here to find someone, not to kill. Sneak in. It's best to knock. Anyway, the other party has a prophecy. If he wants to meet, He'll walk out himself. After pressing the doorbell, they waited in front of the door. They were used to climbing over walls, so they felt uncomfortable walking through the front door. After waiting for a while, Han Xiao pressed the doorbell a few more times, but no one answered. There might be no one inside, or they don't want to open the door. How about it? Are we going to barge in? Herles shrugged. Since no one answered, let's go in and take a look. Boom. Before Han Xiao could finish, a loud bang suddenly sounded from above. He was way too familiar with this sound. This was the sound of a cannon being fired. Han Xiao could instantly analyze what type of cannon it was just by the sound. He immediately changed his tone and yelled, "Dodge!" They were all supers, so their reaction was extremely fast. They immediately jumped away from where they were. Rumble. A series of explosions occurred where they were originally standing. Black smoke billowed. This was the sign of a rocket explosion. Looking up, from a window on one of the floors of the building opposite the villa, a few creatures were looking down. One of them was even holding a cannon. The next moment, more than 10 creatures jumped out of the window, fell dozens of meters, and landed on the ground with a loud bang. Even the steel floor was dented by the impact. The thick smoke was blown away by the shockwave, revealing the true appearance of these creatures. They were actually a group of rock creatures with 4 arms, 2 legs, and 1 head. They wore simple and crude combat suits and held all kinds of firearms in their hands. Some of them even held mechanical axes, mechanical hammers, and other melee weapons. They gave off the vibe of a group of mercenaries, ready to take action. They were only here to find someone and did not expect to be attacked. They were shocked. "Why are you attacking us?" Sylvia asked with surprise. "Someone paid to teach you a lesson," a rockman said in a muffled voice. "Teach us a lesson?" Sylvia still wanted to say something, but her expression suddenly changed. *T, Philip. Han Xiao looked over and saw that beside the feet of the rock mercenaries, the exploded parts were scattered all over the ground. Philip's speed was too slow and he couldn't avoid the initial bombardment. He was blasted into pieces and turned into a pile of scrap metal. At this time, the rock warriors made their move. They let out a strange roar and charged forward. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. He took off a compressed orb from his necklace and flicked it beside his feet. It quickly expanded and turned into a black amphiptyr mechanical suit. However, the mechanical suit was not worn on his body. Instead, it stood to the side, an empty shell without a pilot. This time, Han Xiao said in a deep voice, "Take care of them." Hum. The eyes of the amphiptyr mechanical suit suddenly lit up. The mechanical suit suddenly moved on its own. A swift and violent whip like a black whip landed on the chest of the rock warrior at the front. Pa! The powerful kick sent the rock warrior flying. He slammed into the wall and shattered a large piece of rock. No one knew if it came from the wall or the rock warrior's body. Order effective. Hum. Battle mode activated. Hum. The enemy has been sent flying. Hum. The empty amphiptyr mechanical suit automatically went into battle mode. At the same time, Philip's voice came from the helmet. Philip was an artificial intelligence. He existed in the computing system. The machine was just a clone that he controlled. If the machine was destroyed, he would not be damaged. His core chip was protected by layers of protection. The computing speed of an artificial intelligence could control dozens of times more mechanical beasts than before. Furthermore, through the battle simulation in the database, he could adapt to the situation and fight independently. His combat level was extremely high. This meant that Philip could replace him to pilot the mechanical suit, and he could even pilot more than one. In the past, the smart chip's computing speed was limited. Its independent combat ability was weak, and it could not react flexibly. However, this was the most important quality in the ever-changing battlefield. Therefore, it could only be used as a support system to complement his neural connection. However, with the new artificial intelligence system built with advanced virtual intelligence technology, the technological level had increased by a large margin. It was like going from gunpowder weapons to electromagnetic weapons. This was a complete upgrade of technology. Han Xiao's hound style was limited against enemies of the same level. However, with the powerful mechanical suit controlled by artificial intelligence, the effect was completely different. His mechanical suit was a high-quality mechanical weapon, which made up for his lack of powerful mechanical warriors. Even against enemies of the same level, it could last for a long time. Advanced knowledge was useful, and an artificial intelligence with powerful computing speed was one of the prerequisites to completing the army style. Han Xiao turned around and glared at Sylvia. He frowned and said, "Go back and copy the theory book for smart chips 5 times as punishment." Sylvia's face immediately turned bitter. Her head drooped, and she was shrouded in depression. Buzz. Mechanical force shot out from Han Xiao's fingertips and attached to the amphiptyr mechanical suit, providing his own mechanical bonuses. Without needing him to do anything, Philip controlled the mechanical suit to deal with the enemies. He analyzed the movements of all the enemies and accurately avoided all the attacks. His heavy punches cracked the rock skin of the rock warriors. Dong! Dong! Rocks flew everywhere. Don't hit too hard. Norios can't kill people casually. Chapter 462. Clang clang clang. In less than 2 minutes, the amphiptyr mecha under Philip's control had taken care of this group of thick-skinned rock golem warriors. The group of rock golems lay on the ground, groaning weakly in pain. These thugs were only grade C, and with the enhancement of Han Xiao's mechanical suit, these enemies were easily defeated. "No, my smooth skin." The leader of the rock warriors looked at his cracked body and wailed. In the rock people's eyes, the texture of the rock on the surface of the body was the same as the face. The most beautiful were naturally crystals, diamonds, and other minerals. If it was a normal rock that was as smooth as a pebble, then it would be a handsome man. To a rock person, having cracks all over their body was equivalent to being disfigured. Even if the rock people could digest rocks to heal their wounds, it would still take a long time for them to recover. At this time, this big guy was crying. It made people want to beat him up again. "Your strength is about the same as mine, and you want to teach us a lesson? Who gave you the courage?" The vulgar boss's face was full of disdain. The weakness of the rock warriors also made Han Xiao feel a little strange. It was impossible for the employer to not know their strength. What could they do by sending this group of weaklings? Was it just a warning or a greeting gift? Or was he wrong? Was the employer not the target they were looking for? Matters involving the profit were always a headache. Han Xiao did not dwell on it. He grabbed the rock warrior and asked directly, "Who is your employer?" Logically speaking, mercenaries would not betray their employer's identity. He was already prepared to force a confession, but he did not expect the rock warrior's answer to surprise him. "Oh, the employer asked us to come here today to deal with the person who pressed the doorbell of the villa. He also said that our lives would not be in danger. If we lose, he will tell you a location and ask you to go there to find a person. Someone there knows his whereabouts," the rock warrior said nervously. The rock warrior said nervously, "He also said that you would interrogate the identity of the employer. He told me to pass on his original words. You guessed right, it's me. Don't think I don't know that you've used my name. If you want to find me, then play a game with me." Everyone's expression changed. "Damn it, Prophet." Han Xiao gritted his teeth. Herles slapped Han Xiao's back, and a loud thud was heard. He looked up and laughed. "Ha ha ha, you've met someone of the same trade. Peers hate peers the most." Han Xiao snorted and asked for the location. The rock warrior trembled as he told him the next location. It was in the north of City 8. From here, they would have to cross the entire city. Standing up, Han Xiao rubbed his chin and pondered. The Prophet had hired these rock warriors to pass on clues and direct them to the next location. The target had purposely left his whereabouts 16 days ago and used his prophecy ability to spy on their movement time. From there, he knew that they would arrive at this place today and thus set up the rock warriors. The prophecy ability was not omniscient and could not be used casually. It required some inducement, and the clues that the target had purposely left for the intelligence organization were naturally this inducement. He could break the prophecy and kill these rock warriors here, But the problem was this also part of the Prophet's plan? The other party had purposely told him that the rock warriors were not dangerous to trigger his rebellious mentality. Actually, the other party wanted him to kill these rock warriors and attract the attention of the security team. Was it even possible that the Prophet had seen through his thoughts? Maybe the other party had used his personality to say that the rock warriors were absolutely safe. That's why I hate prophets. Han Xiao's head hurt. Even though he already knew about the Dragon Emperor's ability, this feeling of being led by the nose still made Han Xiao very depressed. Prophets were good at using their abilities to play tricks. To a sufficiently powerful prophet, the level of intelligence did not matter. The wise and the foolish were just pawns used in different ways. When you thought you were very smart, you did not know that the prophet had already used your intelligence. You had no idea what kind of action the prophet really wanted you to take. Thankfully, Han Xiao had his own advantages. He knew the target's ability and personality very well, so he could use the prophet's way of thinking to judge the other party's thoughts. He could not guarantee that he would be able to escape from the trap, but at least he would not fall for it. Furthermore, based on his understanding of the target, although the other party's personality was bad, he did not have much malice. This was good news. After all, although the prophet did not have much power, it would be a very, very, very headache to make an enemy out of him. What do we do? Are we going to the location he said? Herles asked. Let's go see what he's up to. Han Xiao snapped his fingers and created a mechanical force spark. The amphiptyr mechanical suit instantly turned into a compressed orb and attached itself to the necklace. At the same time, mechanical force spread out from his feet and connected to the damaged robot parts. These parts suddenly floated in the air, gathered together, and quickly assembled under the control of mechanical force. Some of the metal parts that had been deformed in the explosion returned to their original shape under the effect of the mechanical force field. In a breath's time, this pile of damaged parts turned back into the round robot body. Basic mechanical construction plus waste modification, the round little robot moved again. Philip waved his mechanical arm, slid to Han Xiao's feet, and reported, automatic maintenance in progress, performance reduced by 25%, stored data backed up, Sylvia's eyes sparkled as if stars had jumped out. Teacher, I want to learn this. You want to run when you haven't even learned how to walk. Han Xiao glanced at her and retracted the mechanical bug that he had secretly sent out not long ago to scout the villa. After confirming that there was no one in the villa, he turned around and walked away. There are no more clues here. Let's go. The group left this secluded street, leaving behind a group of stone people lying on the ground and screaming. At the same time, in a secret location in Norio City No. 4, a group of dark figures gathered in a dark room. Many Darkstar members were gathered in this dimly lit room. Secret operations always like to be stationed in dark places like this. The intelligence has been organized. The traitor appeared in the center of City No. 7, the northwest of City No. 6, and the station of City No. 4 at the same time. His ability is to create 5 physical doppelgangers. One of them is in our hands, the other 3 have been exposed, and the last one is missing. It should be his main body that is hiding. His doppelganger can't be too far away from his main body, or he won't be able to maintain it. The exact distance is unknown, but it shouldn't be more than a planet, so he's still in Norios, a Darkstar soldier said. In the corner of the room, a god aura person was tied tightly to a chair, dripping with blood. It was unknown how much torture he had suffered. He looked exactly like Oven, and there was a mocking sneer on his face. What are you laughing at? A Darkstar soldier shouted. Here you'll never catch my main body. Oven was the traitor that Darkstar was tracking. His ability was to create doppelgangers, and the one that Darkstar had caught was one of his doppelgangers. If Han Xiao were here, he would most likely think of Black Spider, who was in prison on Blue Star's Bell of Death Island. Both of them had doppelganger-type abilities, but the specific effects were different. Black Spider's doppelgangers were puppets, and he could only perform simple control. His consciousness could only exist in one puppet at a time, but it could be transferred. As long as the doppelganger was alive, he would not die. However, Oven was different. He could at most have 5 doppelgangers at a time, and each doppelganger had a complete combat ability. His consciousness could be divided into 5, and these doppelgangers were all him and could move at the same time. One of the doppelgangers was the main body, and because of the shared senses, if the doppelganger was injured or killed, the main body's consciousness would also be affected. Furthermore, if the doppelganger was too far away from the main body, it would collapse, which was equivalent to death. Therefore, as long as he controlled one of the doppelgangers, he could determine the approximate location of the main body. Oven was still hiding in Norios. A soldier suddenly said, "Captain Forsthard, the latest news shows that the doppelganger in city number 4 took the train to city number 8. Vice-Captain Sherman did not act according to plan. I got it." Forsthard replied indifferently. He was a mixed-blood Godora, a grade B super of Darkstar, and the captain of this hunting team. At least, he was the captain on the surface. After looking at the intelligence report for a while, Forsthard walked out of the room. Outside was a long corridor, and after turning 2 corners, he walked into an empty room. He touched the wall and pressed a disguised button. The wall slid open silently, and the cross-section was an alloy door. Inside was actually a secret room. He walked in, and there were only 2 people inside. They were Anna and Ashes. This time, Darkstar had not only mobilized a large number of elite soldiers, a total of 7 grade B supers, but also 2 calamity grade supers, Anna and Ashes. It could be said that they had mobilized a lot of troops. Darkstar hated this traitor to the core. Oven had leaked a portion of Darkstar's internal information to Godora, causing a grade A member of the organization, Vimla, to fall into a trap while carrying out a mission. After a bloody battle, he was captured by Godora and imprisoned in the Rainbow Prison. Furthermore, Oven had even more information in his hands. If this information was leaked, Godora would have a better understanding of them. This was a huge threat. Darkstar would not allow traitors to survive. Now that the team had trapped Oven in Norios, it was a game of cat and mouse, and they would find him sooner or later. Therefore, the information would not be leaked out for the time being. If Oven wanted to live, he could only rely on reinforcements. If he handed over all the information, he would no longer have any value to Godora. This was a matter of life and death, and promises could not be trusted. Therefore, he did not dare hand over all the information and had to use it to threaten Godora to send reinforcements. Darkstar was also very clear about this point. Due to the uniqueness of Norios, neither Darkstar nor Godora would send out battleships to surround the planet. This financial group had deep connections and many star cluster civilizations. If both parties wanted to capture Oven, they could only send out their own supers to act on the planet. "Your Excellencies." Forsthard stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "We have new information. One of the traitor's doppelgangers took the train to City 8, and Sherman did not act according to plan." Anna asked with a deep voice, "Why?" "He accidentally met the Black Star mercenary on the train," Forsthard said. Oven sat at the same table as them. Sherman did not have the confidence to take action and did not dare to act. Black Star? Anna frowned and looked at Ashes. He still remembered that Ashes was obsessed with Black Star and said with a deep voice, "The mission is more important. The enemy is out in the open, and we are in the dark. There is no need to provoke him." Hearing this name, Ash's expression did not change. To him, this name had become a meaningless passerby. His mood did not change, and his tone was indifferent. "Don't worry, I did not put him in my eyes long ago. The traitor is our target. As long as Black Star does not interfere with our matters, he can live." "Not bad." A gratified look flashed past Anna's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He said with a serious expression, "Sherman's decision is correct. Behind Black Star is Dragon Emperor Ames. Do not create unnecessary problems. Oven is lucky to have met this group of mercenaries, but his luck will not last forever. Let Sherman continue to track him." Chapter 463. Han Xiao and the rest took the low-altitude flying device to the north of City 8. The rock mercenaries' clue pointed to a popular commercial street. It was bustling with people, and the street was wide. There was a fountain square in the middle, and there were all kinds of shops on the sides. Following the address, they came to a shop. The building was painted in colorful colors, and there were colorful magic lanterns on both sides of the door. The door was wide open. Hurles looked up at the name of the shop, and his face twitched. Universal Love Bookstore. What kind of name is this? Let's go in and take a look. Walking into the shop, they saw that the interior was very simple. The floor was a smooth brown wooden floor, and there were rows of glazed wooden bookshelves filled with books. These books gave off a strong magical aura, as if they were high-end magic books written in magic characters. The shop was filled with the smell of books. In a place like Norios, only magicians still used books. This was obviously a magician's shop. The clue said that there was someone here who knew the whereabouts of the target. Han Xiao looked around. Because of the bookshelves, he could not see if there was anyone inside. He patted Hurles' shoulder and asked him to call for help. Hurles was about to speak when he suddenly realized a problem. Wait, why don't you do such a small thing yourself? You have a good body, a loud voice, and a lot of energy. Han Xiao was expressionless. Mainly because I'm too lazy to call for help. Hurles glared at him and shouted. His voice was like thunder. Is anyone there? Hualala. There was a sudden noise deep inside the bookshelves. It was as if the person inside was frightened by this shout and accidentally bumped into the bookshelves, causing a pile of books to fall down. He even cried out in pain. Wait, I'm out. A male human in a magician's robe limped out, gasping for air. He had been hit by a brick-thick book. Once he saw the group, he put on a warm smile. I'm the owner of this bookstore. Do you like a single person or a group? Do you like beautiful or rough? What kind of creatures do you like? Oh, you're all humanoid creatures. I have humanoid creatures of any color here. Everyone was confused. Sylvia couldn't help but ask, what are you talking about? The magician blinked his eyes in realization. So that's how it is. We have hybrids too. Be it insects, fungi, beasts, machines, or any species you can think of, I have them all. I guarantee that they will suit your taste. What the hell is crossbreeding? Do you think you are rice? The more Han Xiao listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. Aren't you selling books here? At this time, Arosha, who was at the side, flipped open a book on the bookshelf. Everyone looked over. This magic book was filled with illustrations, and the images were moving, looking very lifelike. This was a type of magic that was often used to record videos. It was like a movie that was shown in a book, and every image was a clip. It looked quite high-end, but the content was, Sylvia's face suddenly turned completely red. She hurriedly turned her head away, but her eyes involuntarily drifted to the book. This. Hurles was at a loss. His worldview was impacted. Arosha was deep in thought. So this is the process of reproduction of material life. Unknown message found, Data collection in progress, Philip's mechanical eyes flashed crazily, capturing every frame. The three Volga brothers moved quickly. They took out a bunch of books from the bookshelf at lightning speed and placed them on the counter. How much? I want all of them. Stop fooling around. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He reached out and closed the book in Arosha's hands. He threw it aside casually, stared at the magician, and said in a low voice, I'm here to find a guy with prophecy ability. He should have left you a message too. The magician's smile froze, and he became disappointed. He muttered to himself, it's not like we're here to buy books. I've already decorated the place so formally. Why are there still no customers? Is there a need to be so afraid of others knowing about this? Looking at everyone, the magician tidied his clothes and stood up straight. His wretched temperament suddenly changed, and he finally looked like a magician. He said, let me introduce myself. You can call me Yi Xian. I'm a teleportation magician. This bookstore is just a side business. My main business is to provide teleportation services. On some magic-oriented planets or advanced civilization planets, There would always be magicians in charge of teleportation services. They would teleport customers to another location on the same planet to save time on transportation. The longer the distance, the more difficult it would be to teleport customers. Therefore, they would usually only teleport customers on the same planet and rarely teleport between planets. If the location was not right, the customer would be thrown into space. Only magicians who were strong enough would dare to perform ultra-long distance teleportation. Once, when Ames destroyed the Darkstar mothership, she had used teleportation magic to arrive instantly from a few star systems away. The caster was another beyond grade A magician who had fought with her for fun. He had accurately located the location of Floating Dragon Island, which happened to be there at that time. The distance of a few star systems did not deviate at all. This was incredible magic power. "You're a teleportation magician?" Han Xiao asked. "So, the target I'm looking for was teleported to other places in Norios by you?" Yi Xian shrugged. "He paid, and I teleported. It's a normal transaction." "Where did he go?" "Ha, I won't reveal the privacy of my customers." Yi Xian chuckled. "By the way, he also left me a message. Tell everyone who is looking for him." "What did he say?" Han Xiao frowned. "He said that he wants to play a game with you. As long as you steal the Heart of Crystal Fire, he will meet you." "Heart of Crystal Fire?" Han Xiao kicked Philip. "Check it out." Searching, hum. Found it, hum. Philip's mechanical eyes suddenly shot out light, forming a translucent projection in midair. On it was the information of the Heart of Crystal Fire. Heart of Crystal Fire, a ring accessory made from rare crystals born in lava. It is extremely exquisite and luxurious. Legend has it that it is immune to high temperature and burning. It was once auctioned at a high price of 7,930,000 aners. It was bought by the leader of the Norios financial group, Rockfess, as a gift for his wife. When Rockfess and his wife appear in public, his wife always wears this ring. 7,930,000 aners. Herles almost vomited blood. Spending so much money to buy a stupid ring to please a woman? That was enough to buy a few battleships. His worldview was on the verge of collapsing again. Han Xiao's expression changed. "He wants me to steal an expensive accessory from the wife of a financial group's leader? Is he trying to make use of us or is he toying with us? Stealing a precious accessory from the wife of a financial group's leader in Norios? That's courting death. The Dragon Emperor's teacher is clearly toying with me. Don't ask me. I'm just a messenger." Yi Xian shrugged. "Rockfess' wife is in Norios, but don't expect me to teleport you there directly. I don't want to be treated as your accomplice." Narrowing his eyes, Han Xiao said with a deep voice, "I'm not interested in completing such an unreasonable request." "Where did you teleport him to?" Yi Xian was impatient. "Didn't I say that I will not reveal the privacy of my customers? Also, don't try to bribe me. I have my professional ethics. Then don't blame me for beating you up." Herles immediately put on a ferocious expression. He raised his fist, which was the size of a casserole, and stepped forward. He was prepared to scare this teleportation mage. Just as his hand was about to touch Yi Xian's collar, something unexpected happened. Buzz! A circle of light suddenly appeared in the gap between the two of them. Herles was shocked, but his reaction was very fast. He immediately stopped moving forward and was about to retreat. Unexpectedly, crimson tentacles suddenly extended from the light door and wrapped around his body. With a sudden burst of strength, the tentacles directly pulled Herles, who had lost his balance, into the light door, disappearing. Immediately after, there was a whirlpool-like sound in the air, and the light door shrunk toward the center and disappeared quickly. "Herles!" the vulgar boss exclaimed. Everyone's expression changed. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Yi Xian glanced at everyone proudly. "It's just as that person said. The person who came to find him threatened me when he couldn't get the information he wanted." "Humph, you didn't expect this, did you?" "I was prepared." Han Xiao was very calm. He held his forehead helplessly. When Herles acted, he had already noticed something strange. He had wanted to stop him, but before he could say anything, Hurles had already fallen into the trap. It was also a problem for pugilists to move too quickly. As expected, the target had guessed this situation, so he reminded the teleportation mage in advance and tricked them. When the target made such an unreasonable request like stealing the heart of crystal fire, it became the trigger for the prophecy. Furthermore, even without using the prophecy ability, he could calculate their reaction and know that they would most likely reject the request. Then, they would find other ways to deal with the teleportation mage. Threatening them was obviously a very likely action, thus putting them in a dilemma. Teleportation magic, a troublesome ability. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. Hurles was unlucky enough to fall into the trap. The most important thing now was to get him back. The atmosphere was tense. At this time, Yi Xian pointed at the door and said calmly as if everything was under his control, "I'm proficient in teleportation magic, and I'm always in a state where I'm about to activate it. Before you touch me, I'll be able to teleport away, so don't even think about threatening me." Chapter 464. Those red tentacles seemed to belong to a certain monster. It seemed like Hurles had been thrown somewhere. If they wanted to bring him back, they could only start with this teleportation mage. Teleportation magic was quite powerful, but there were many restrictions for players to use it. The learning requirement was very high, and most teleportation magic could only be used when not in battle or needed to be guided. It could not be interrupted midway. Basically, it could only be used as a hurried skill. There are strong people everywhere. Norios is really scary. Sylvia swallowed nervously. Should we attack? The second Volga brother said seriously. There are so many people here. If we fight, the security team will intervene very quickly. I can sense that his teleportation magic is activated at any time. Before we move, he will leave. Also, we definitely can't follow him through the light gate. If he closes it midway, we will be cut in half. Yi Xian interrupted. Your partner is right, so hurry up and leave. Before he finished speaking, Han Xiao did not say anything else. In the blink of an eye, his mecha was attached to him and he rushed out like a flash of lightning. You really don't understand human language. You still don't want to give up and ambush me? I saw through your plan long ago. All of you are so rude. Yi Xian did not panic at all. He sneered and activated the teleportation magic that was already on standby. The light gate appeared behind him instantly, and he retreated in a flash. At this time, the mecha warrior who wanted to ambush him was still some distance away. With his spellcasting speed, he could close the teleportation door long before the opponent got close. Right at this moment, a large hand suddenly appeared in front of him as if it had appeared out of thin air. Before Yi Xian could react, the hand had passed through the teleportation door and grabbed his face. The hand covered his eyes, and Yi Xian could not see anything. At this moment, he finally panicked. What happened? The next moment, a strong force came from the hand. Han Xiao, who had turned into a void, pulled Yi Xian out of the teleportation door. It was because his body had crossed the light gate again that Yi Xian could only hurriedly stop the closing spell that he had prepared. Otherwise, he would be the one cut in half. Thus, the situation was reversed in an instant. With a flash of mechanical force, the Void Dragon mechanical suit behind him, which had already become an empty shell, split into many parts, and with the guidance of mechanical force, it once again attached itself to Han Xiao's body. He suddenly swung with force, and Yi Xian was thrown out like a cannonball, smashing an entire row of bookshelves along the way. Torn papers flew everywhere, and wood shavings flew everywhere. Bang! Yi Xian slammed his head into the wall, creating a hole. His head was bruised and bleeding, and before he could recover from the dizziness, he felt a heavy weight on his body. Like a shadow, Han Xiao flashed to his side and pinned his hands behind his back. Using his knees, Han Xiao pressed his face to the ground with his other hand, directly subduing him and making him unable to move. A terrifying energy gathered on the mecha's arm, as if it was about to erupt at any moment. At this moment, Han Xiao's mocking voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. What did you just say? Say it again. Blood trickled down from his forehead, drenching his hair. Yi Xian's eyes were wide open. Thick shock congealed in his eyes, and his face was filled with disbelief. He did not expect that his life-saving method, which had always worked, would fail. Of course, Han Xiao was using his racial talent, void travel. In the almost still void vision, everyone's movements were stopped. No matter what escape method Yi Xian had, it was all meaningless. He easily approached this teleportation mage, then deactivated void vision, returned to reality, and directly crossed the distance to capture his opponent. In the eyes of outsiders, Han Xiao had clearly appeared in front of Yi Xian out of thin air. How did you? Han Xiao increased the force in his hand and coldly said, "Release my partner. Don't play any tricks, unless you want to let your brain matter smear all over your bookstore. I admit defeat. Don't go overboard." Yi Xian hurriedly did as he was told. His life was in someone else's hands, and he did not dare to act recklessly. A few meters away, a circle of teleportation light slowly appeared. Rewind time to 15 seconds ago. Buzz. In the crimson sky, a light door suddenly appeared. Countless crimson tentacles shot into the sky and surged into the light door. The next moment, Hurlus was pulled in. In a hurry, he used his arms to push away the tentacles wrapped around him, took out the battleship slicing blade from his back, and slashed around his body. All the tentacles were cut in half. However, there was nothing under his feet, and he fell down. He was about 30 meters from the ground. The ground was dark red. Bang! Hurlus landed on the ground with a dull thud. Looking up, the teleportation door had already disappeared. I actually fell into a trap. This is bad. I can't go back myself. Hurlus was frustrated. He looked around. What is this place? What were those tentacles just now? He looked around. There was a flat red ground nearby. There were no creatures, only black holes in the ground. Hurlus' expression changed, and he jumped up. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, a large number of tentacles broke out of the ground where he was standing. There were hundreds of them, and they went straight for him. The wind howled, and a terrifying wind pressure was created. These tentacles all seemed to belong to a creature hidden underground. Just how big is this monster? Hurlus' forehead was covered in sweat. Just as he was about to attack again, a red stream of light suddenly appeared at the edge of his vision. Swoosh! This red stream of light swept past all the tentacles, and the hundreds of tentacles all stopped. Just as the red light swept past, all the tentacles had smooth cuts at the same time. They were all cut in half. The cut ends all fell to the ground, and the roots of the tentacles all retracted back into the ground. The red light circled around and floated in front of Hurlus, revealing its true appearance. "It's you." Hurlus was shocked. I've seen you before." The other party clearly knew Hurlus, and he was shocked. Before he could ask, the sound of spells came from the sky, and the teleportation door appeared again. Looks like the captain has already taken care of that teleportation mage. How efficient. Hurlus' eyes sparkled, and he laughed out loud. He trusted Han Xiao a lot. After being thrown here, he believed that Han Xiao would be able to bring him back very quickly. As expected, that teleportation mage's little trick was nothing in front of the captain. It did not even last a minute. Great, I can finally get out. The other person was also surprised. In the bookstore, the teleportation door was opened steadily. Everyone stared at the light door. Not long after, Hurlus flew out. Not only him, there was another person following him out of the light door. "There's someone else inside," Sylvia exclaimed. "Who are you?" Han Xiao looked over in confusion and was stunned. "Will Sander." This person was the captain of the floating Dragon Island guards, Will Sander. "Yo, long time no see." Will Sander was still skinny and wretched, waving his hand in greeting. "Why are you here?" Han Xiao was surprised. "And you came out of the teleportation door?" Will Sander coughed, pointed at Hurlus, and said, "I went in the same way he went in." Han Technician's mouth twitched, and he suddenly understood. So that was the case. Other than himself, Ames had also sent Will Sander to look for her teacher. Then, Will Sander was also tricked by the Dragon Emperor's teacher. When he found Yi Xian, he encountered the same problem as them. Will Sander, who used to be a great galactic pirate, did things by force. Thus, he was naturally thrown to another place by this teleportation mage. It was a small world indeed. Han Xiao did not expect to meet Will Sander here. He asked, "When did you arrive?" "A few days ago, not much earlier than you." Will Sander looked at Yi Xian, who was being pressed down by Han Xiao, and anger appeared on his face. He walked over angrily, and the wings behind him suddenly spread open. The edges of the wings lit up with a bright red light, and murderous aura filled the air. He yelled, "How dare you trick me? I'll kill you." The wings slashed down, and Han Xiao hurriedly reached out and grabbed Will Sander's demon bat wings firmly. "Don't be rash. Norios can't kill people casually. We still have to dig out clues about the Dragon Emperor's teacher from him." "Okay." Will Sander felt that it made sense, so he retracted his wings and backed away. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. His expression changed, and he turned around abruptly, looking at Han Xiao's back in shock. With his grade B+ strength, how could Han Xiao block his attack so easily? When he first met Blackstar, he was far from having this kind of strength. Ignoring the secretly shocked Will Sander, Han Xiao yelled at Yi Xian, "Tell me, where did you teleport my target?" Yi Xian said with a trembling voice, I don't know." "Wow, you have guts and courage. Looks like you're not afraid of death." Hurles clenched his fists, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. He had an eager expression on his face. "I haven't settled the score with you yet." "No, it's not like that. You misunderstood." Yi Xian had a long face. "I really don't know. He asked me to use a random teleportation gate, and the coordinates were on the surface of Norios. Because the location was random, I don't know where he went." Han Xiao frowned, turned around, and said, "Fu Ding, do me a favor." Fu Ding nodded, walked forward, and pointed at Yi Xian's forehead. Psychic tentacles entered Yi Xian's brain and made the teleportation mage repeat what he said. Then, Fu Ding closed his eyes and opened them after a while. He shook his head and said, "He's not lying. It's true. He really doesn't know where the target is." Everyone looked at each other with a depressed expression. They thought that they finally had the upper hand this time, but the clue was cut off here again. Sylvia bit her lips and said angrily, "I know. This is his plan. Even if we succeed in getting the location out of him, we still won't get anything. He purposely used a random teleportation gate to make us feel emotional. He's playing with us. This person is so annoying." Will Sander wagged his tail in frustration. "Can we only steal the heart of crystal fire according to his request? This is the only clue we have." Han Xiao frowned, and a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He quickly suppressed his laughter and said with a serious face, "I don't care about his request. If that's the case, then don't look for him. Anyway, this is enough. Are we going to give up?" Hurles clenched his teeth, feeling a little unwilling. He really wanted to catch this diviner and beat him up. "We don't have to be led by the nose by the target. Ames will be here soon. As long as we tell her about this clue, our job will be considered complete." Han Xiao stood up, clapped his hands, and took out a healing potion. He tossed it to Yi Xian and turned to leave. You're just going to let it go?" Yi Xian got up with a surprised tone. He thought that he would not be able to avoid physical pain. Hurles also interrupted, "Yeah, why don't we teach him a lesson? I suffered a great loss." Han Xiao rolled his eyes and said, "Forget it. At least he didn't throw you into outer space. He didn't want to kill you, so this saved his life." Then, Han Technician turned around and looked at the mess on the ground. He raised his eyebrows and said, "But I won't pay for the repair fees. I didn't want to ask you for it." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He had no intention of provoking Han Xiao again. The other party had some kind of teleportation ability. No matter how fast his teleportation spell was, he would not be able to escape. He was only good at teleportation spells and knew almost nothing about offensive spells. His core ability was useless, so there was no point in fighting. He only wanted to wait for this group of people to leave quickly and never see them again. The group left the weird bookstore. Will Sander was added to the team. This guy felt that rather than acting alone, he would rather team up with his colleagues. On the way, Will Sander pulled Han Xiao aside and said with a nervous tone, "Are we really not going to care about the target? Ames won't be angry, will she? No need. The target must still be in Norios. When Ames arrives, she can search the entire planet in minutes with her ability. So, we don't have to rush to find him. As soon as the Dragon Emperor arrives, he will have nowhere to hide." Chapter 465. 3 days later. At the spaceport in the north of Norios, the spaceport hall was bustling with people. There were heads of different creatures as far as the eye could see. Countless travelers stopped here or boarded the ships to leave. An ordinary female alien walked slowly with a backpack on her back. In fact, the other person hiding under this disguise was the target Han Xiao, and the others were looking for the teacher who had once adopted Ames when she was a child and guided her to awaken her superpower talent. His name was Aesop, and his superpower was prophecy. However, compared to the rare ability of prophecy, his race was even rarer. Aesop was born before the galactic calendar, and he was a long-lived species who had lived for countless years. Long before Han Xiao came into contact with the teleportation mags, Aesop had foreseen that Han Xiao and the others would refuse to participate in his game. The ability of prophecy itself was vague because the future was full of uncertainty and could change at any time. If the future could not be changed, then the prophecy would be meaningless. Generally speaking, a prophecy without a target would only see a fog. There must be a theme to activate the ability, which was the trigger used to limit the possibilities of the future. The more experienced a prophet would set up more factors to limit the future. The various clues and mischievous arrangements left by Aesop were all arrangements he used to limit the possibilities. The future was in a superposition state, and the trigger could cause the future to collapse. In short, when a person was not hungry, they might do all kinds of things, but when they were hungry, then one action would be confirmed, and that was that they would definitely eat. Aesop deliberately left traces of his whereabouts for this purpose. This way, the people who came to find him would follow the clues he left behind. If a bead would roll in all directions on flat ground, now the bead fell into a groove and would only move back and forth. This meant that the future had changed from a free answer to a multiple-choice question with limited options. In this way, his prophecy could see the future. Prophesies could not see too far into the future, and they did not have combat power. The ability itself was not powerful, but the user was powerful. Even a prophet needed to use his brain. At this time, Aesop had already bought a seat on a long-distance flight. Even if he did not use his prophecy, he had already seen through Han Xiao's purpose. He just wanted to buy time and wait for Ames to arrive in Norios so that he could not escape. Too tender. Aesop laughed in his heart. Only a fool would not be able to see through such an obvious intention. He had rejected his request and thought that he would stupidly stay on this planet. Could it be that he would not leave? Thinking about it, if Aesop was in Han Xiao's situation, he felt that he would pretend to agree to look for the heart of crystal fire and then delay the time. At least it was better than directly refusing. But no matter what choice Han Xiao made, the result would be the same. In fact, Aesop didn't plan to stay at all. Even if Han Xiao pretended to agree, he would still leave. If they agree to my request, my subsequent arrangements will cause them trouble. They will be chased off this planet by the Norios Consortium. Even if they reject my request and plan to stall for time, Ames won't be able to find me after I leave. She will vent her anger on this group of officers who gave up halfway and missed the golden opportunity. They will still be in trouble. From the moment you received the clues I left behind from the intelligence organization, the result was already decided. Under the mask, Aesop smiled. You misused my name, so I punished you slightly. It's fair. Is that so? Suddenly, a person's voice came from behind. With a bang, a hand was placed on Aesop's shoulder. Aesop's expression changed. His body suddenly froze, and he slowly turned around. He saw an unfamiliar man standing behind him. This man rubbed off a thin layer of mask on his face, revealing Han Xiao's face. "Your Excellency Aesop Hurricane, King, good morning." Han Xiao had a smile on his face. "How did you know I was here?" Aesop was shocked. His eyes slightly changed, flashing with surprise. He didn't ask why Han Xiao was here. This matter didn't need to be explained. He figured it out in hindsight. At this time, he was puzzled by another question. Norios had 5 ports. How could the other party accurately find the right one? He seemed to have heard Jenny mention that this black star was also a prophet. "Good question. Let me introduce you." Han Xiao pulled a person from the side, took off the mask on the person's face, and revealed Fu Ding's face. "This is my mascot. You mean to try your luck?" Aesop's face froze, then he relaxed. A skilled prophet like him knew very well that there was never a perfect plan. Even the most exquisite plan would often be broken by accidents. Although luck was unpredictable, the simplest things were the most difficult to solve. Han Xiao had the Destiny's Child card, so he understood the prophet's thoughts and knew the so-called incentives. However, this time, he didn't use the Destiny's Child card. It wasn't worth it. When he rejected the request, with his understanding of Aesop, he knew that Aesop could easily see through his intentions. Therefore, there was only one choice in front of Aesop. In order to avoid Ames, who was about to arrive, he could only take a spaceship and leave Norios. That way, the possibility was reduced. He only needed to let everyone spread out and wait at the 5 ports. Those were the places Aesop had to pass through. In this way, Aesop was caught in a dilemma. If he didn't leave, he would definitely be found. If he left, he might be found. Therefore, even if Aesop had foreseen this possibility, he had to fall into this trap. Not to mention, Aesop didn't use his ability because of the lack of incentives. People who studied logic often fell into paradoxes that they couldn't see clearly. Aesop wanted Han Xiao to act according to the rules of his game, but Han Xiao took the initiative and turned his interlocking layout into a fair environment for both sides to compete in luck. Then, Han Xiao defeated him with his rich experience. Any problem that depended on luck, Fu Ding could solve it. Aesop's lousy disguise could fool the identity check at the port, but Han Technician, who was a veteran of disguises, had long been prepared for this. According to the normal logic, after Aesop set up the layout, if he left Norios early, the plan would be unsolvable, and he would be in an invincible position. However, Han Xiao's biggest advantage was that he already knew Aesop's personality in his previous life. This long-lived old monster had experienced too many things and had a strange personality. Power. Meaningless. He had once been the vice-chairman of a star cluster civilization. Wealth. Meaningless. Resources had always been ownerless. Wealth was just a false definition. Beauty. He was already sick of it. The various species that had mated could circle a star a few times. Power. He had experienced it before. Using terrifying weapons to wipe an entire planet from the map. Aesop was really sick of living. This was not derogatory but literal. He only had a few interests left in his life: freedom, curiosity, and excitement. Therefore, he became a treasure hunter who traveled and adventured everywhere. Only when he was at the edge of danger could he experience the feeling of being alive. Therefore, when he set up the layout, Aesop would definitely not stay out of it, nor would he hide behind the scenes to ensure victory. He would create a fair situation for his opponent and give his opponent a chance to taste the fruits of victory. This was a dangerous game for him. If he won, he would feel empty. If he lost, he would be happy. After living for too long, it would really become difficult for ordinary people to understand. Aesop also took off his disguise and revealed the appearance of an old man. He laughed heartily. "Looks like my disciple has found a powerful partner." Han Xiao also laughed. There was no flaw on his face, but other thoughts appeared in his mind. He wanted to kill. Such a powerful prophet, even if he was not his enemy, who could guarantee that he would not be a threat in the future? Han Xiao was very clear about Aesop's ability. His Esper ability was prophecy, so his combat power was almost zero. As long as he caught this prophet, killing him would not be much harder than killing a chicken. This was a good opportunity to get rid of the hidden danger. As long as he told Ames that he did not find her teacher, Aesop would be missing forever. Therefore, should he, before Ames arrived, kill him? Han Xiao's eyes flickered. As a believer in chaos, no one had to die in his eyes. Chapter 466. Aesop coughed and said, "You won this game, but I don't want to see Ames. Blackstar, can we discuss this?" Han Xiao suppressed his killing intent and said with surprise, "You don't want to see your own disciple that much? Back then, I just casually adopted a little girl, spent some time with her, and taught her how to awaken her super talent. How would I know that she would become a beyond grade A super whose name would shake the entire starfield?" Aesop shook his head and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have adopted her. With her strength, if I were to get entangled with her, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Those days of losing my freedom are like being in jail. Just thinking about it makes me want to die." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Casually adopting a little girl and becoming a top super many years later, why did it sound so familiar? This old man even had an unwilling look on his face. "Hey, I'll allow you to act cool, but don't go overboard." Suppressing his desire to complain, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked, "Since you don't want to see her, why did you come back?" Aesop did not have the self-awareness of having lived for countless years and said like an old child, "The more she wants to find me, the more I want to appear in front of her." His personality was as bad as ever. Han Xiao was speechless. In his previous life, Aesop had always been wandering around and was a mysterious merchant in the eyes of the players. Until one day, he was involved in a dispute between two star system civilizations and played a game as usual. However, Aesop failed, and this time, his life was taken away. Even until his death, he did not meet Ames. After hundreds of years of searching, Ames only saw Aesop's tombstone in the end. Ames did things based on her preferences, and this time, she was even more impulsive. She smashed all the planets of the two civilizations, including their mother planets, and caused countless deaths. The survivors who survived complained to the three universal civilizations that such a violent act violated the Order Treaty. Thus, Floating Dragon no longer had any privileges and was surrounded by a large number of troops. At that time, a large number of players accepted the mission and participated in the encirclement. Countless battleships exploded in this battle, and Floating Dragon Island also fell apart, becoming a meteorite belt. Although Ames did not die in battle, she disappeared from everyone's sight. The famous beyond grade A supers in the Shattered Star Ring had also changed over and over again with the passing of time. Of course, that was a very late version. But now, Aesop was caught by him. If he allowed Ames to meet him, this was something that had never happened in his previous life. He didn't know what would happen. However, two civilizations with a population of hundreds of billions were massacred, Floating Dragon was destroyed, and Ames was severely injured and missing. This series of tragedies should not happen again. Forget it, I owe her a favor. I'll just hand him over to Ames. Killing him will only bring unnecessary risks. Shaking his head, Han Xiao put away his killing intent. Aesop was indeed powerful, but he was not someone to be trifled with. Aesop was only able to predict a small area within a certain period of time, but what he had grasped was the general trend. There was no need to be afraid at all. Han Xiao wrapped his arm around Aesop's shoulder and whispered into Aesop's ear, "Don't worry, Aesop. I refuse." Aesop's expression froze. How could he have said it so softly? He had been looking forward to it for nothing. Han Xiao opened the communicator and contacted Ames. As soon as the call connected, Ames saw Aesop beside Han Xiao. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and a playful expression appeared on her face. "Aesop, my teacher, I miss you so much." Aesop smiled bitterly. From Ames' tone, he could hear a strong sense of dissatisfaction. Even without foresight, he knew that he was in a bad situation. After hiding for so many years, who knew how much resentment Ames had accumulated? It would be terrible for him to fall into her hands. Then, Ames turned to Han Xiao and said, "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." After saying that, the screen turned black. Swift and decisive. Aesop looked at Han Xiao with a depressed expression. "Are you really not going to reconsider? She has already seen you. Do you think I will still let you go?" Han Xiao chuckled. Not long after, Ames' spaceship arrived at the port. She had just arrived in Norios that day. Han Xiao brought Aesop to the port. Ames saw him the moment she got off the spaceship and walked over aggressively. Her aura was at least 10 stories high. Han Xiao grabbed Aesop's shoulder and could clearly feel the old man's body trembling. Dragon Emperor? This time, the passers-by near the port were shocked and quickly retreated far away. They did not expect the top expert of the shattered star ring to suddenly appear. "Shouldn't you say something to me?" Ames was expressionless. Aesop sighed and said helplessly, "All right, I should have come back to see you long ago. I shouldn't have avoided you. Don't stand here and be watched. Let's go." As he spoke, he stepped onto the ramp. Before entering the spaceship, he turned around and glanced at Han Xiao. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Ames was about to return to the ship when she suddenly thought of something. She turned around and looked at Han Xiao. She paused for a moment before speaking with a serious tone. "Thank you." Han Xiao waved his hands and said, "It's a small matter. I've returned the favor." "No, I owe you." Ames' tone was unquestionable. Suddenly, she hesitated and slowly reached out. Her black sleeves slid down her smooth forearm, revealing her slender palm. She patted Han Xiao's shoulder. Actually, she was a clean freak and was never willing to touch others. This time, she made an exception. Although she did not show it on the surface, she was actually very happy. Therefore, she was very grateful to Han Xiao for capturing Aesop. She knew how cunning Aesop was. She had tried to find his whereabouts before, but she was always disappointed. The success this time surprised her. Ames quickly retracted her hand, turned around, and walked into the spaceship. Han Xiao did not have much of a reaction. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly used a blank character summon card in the interface. Before Ames closed the door, her character summon card was generated. Boom! The spaceship left the port with a rumbling sound and soon disappeared into the universe. Han Xiao was still at the dock. He had already informed the others, and they all rushed over upon hearing the news. They all looked at the spaceship that was leaving, and Hurlus asked, "Black Star, we're done. Where are we going now?" "Let's rest in Norios first. We'll leave tomorrow." Han Xiao turned around and looked at Wilsander. "Do you want to move with us? I'm not in a hurry to go back. Plus, it's too boring to stay on floating Dragon Island." "Hehe, looks like I'll have to disturb you for a while." Wilsander gave a standard smile. "As long as you don't spend my money, you can disturb me for as long as you want." Han Xiao shrugged. At this time, there was a commotion in the hall. A group of Norios upper echelons heard the news of Ames' arrival and hurried over. They did not dare neglect such a big figure. However, Ames left immediately after picking up Aesop. The whole process took only a few minutes, and these upper echelons of the financial groups were all left empty-handed. The upper echelons of the financial groups then turned around and found Han Xiao. They smiled warmly and chatted with him. Now that the Dragon Emperor had left, they could not come here for nothing. Thus, they decided to get in touch with Black Star and see if they could provide any help to show Norios' attitude. Originally, when Han Xiao first came to Norios, the upper echelons of the financial groups only paid a little attention to him and got their subordinates to greet him. However, with the appearance of the Dragon Emperor, the situation was completely different. They felt that they had to greet him personally to show their sincerity. These upper echelons of the financial groups treated Han Xiao much more seriously. While they were chatting, orderly footsteps could be heard not far away. Everyone subconsciously looked in that direction. They saw a group of God Aura people wearing battle suits hurriedly walking through the hall. They seemed to have just arrived, and the person leading them looked extremely valiant. God Aura people? What are they doing here? Han Xiao's gaze was also attracted. He looked curiously at the person leading the group of Godora people, and his expression suddenly changed. He knew this person. This was a Grade A super. On Ames' spaceship, Aesop stood in front of the porthole and silently looked at the Norios that was gradually disappearing. "What are you looking at?" Ames asked behind him. Aesop retracted his gaze and revealed a satisfied smile. "You have a pretty good officer. He is trustworthy." "Are you talking about Black Star?" Ames nodded. "He is indeed very capable. Didn't you meet him long ago? You even asked him to pass a message to me." Aesop paused for a moment, shook his head, and laughed. "I'm old now. I almost forgot about this." As he spoke, Aesop lowered his head, opened his communicator, and deleted a message that he had set a timer to send. The original target was actually Ames, who he had blocked all communication requests from. Aesop shook his head helplessly. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to the Shattered Star Ring and walked right into your trap." Aesop understood Ames too well. She was capricious, reckless, and not good at scheming. Just like what Blackstar had asked, if he did not want to be found by Ames, he could have just stayed far away. There was no need for him to come to the Shattered Star Ring. As for his motive, it was naturally not to tease Ames. Although he was indeed tired of living, his taste was not that boring. His target was obviously Han Xiao. Someone had used his name to fool Ames. What if this person had found out about Ames' weakness and deliberately approached her with it, but was actually an enemy with ill intentions? Aesop was very worried about this. No matter what kind of achievements Ames had now, in his eyes, she would always be that little girl who needed someone to take care of her. Therefore, he returned to the Shattered Star Ring and exposed his whereabouts, attracting the investigation of Ames' officers. If Han Xiao did not catch him, this person was just SOSO. If he caught him, it would be a new round of Aesop's tests. He had already prepared for this, purposely showing off his foresight ability and setting up a series of traps to anger the other party. If Black Star was really the Dragon Emperor's enemy, he would not allow such a dangerous enemy to live. If he died, the timer that he had set up would be able to remind Ames of his death. Whoever lied to her would be the murderer. Aesop was testing the risk with his own life. If he died, Ames would not trust others so easily in the future. He felt that it was worth it. After living for so long, the habit of seeking death was already in his blood, and it only made him feel excited. Although he was stubborn on the surface, he actually cared a lot about Ames. Aesop did not have any children, so Ames was like his adopted daughter. Han Xiao naturally did not know that the casual words he said to persuade Ames back then on Floating Dragon Island would actually cause such a butterfly effect, allowing the two of them to reunite for the first time, indirectly changing the fate of hundreds of billions of people. Black Star. Aesop thought. He has a lot of potential. If he lived for 1,000 years like me, he would be 100 times scarier than me. Chapter 467. Helping Ames catch Aesop had completed the mission, and Han Xiao was originally happy. However, when he turned around, he saw a group of Godora warriors hurriedly passing by, and his mood instantly dropped. He recognized Godora's combat uniform. These people were not low-level investigators but special forces that specialized in combat. The leader was a very famous high-level Godora super in his previous life. In version 2.0, this person was the main person who dealt with the mutation disaster in Blue Star. Most of the combat missions that the players received from Godora were issued by him, and he was equivalent to a commander. He was a very important NPC to the players, so Han Xiao was very familiar with him. Ngojin, a high-level officer in Godora's War Bureau, a Grade A pugilist. Only important missions would send him out. For him to appear in Norios definitely meant that something important had happened. Han Xiao immediately thought of the mixed-blood Godora, Oven, that he had met a few days ago. The two should be related. Han Xiaoshin thought. There was another strange thing that puzzled him. The Ngojin in front of him was extraordinarily handsome and had a masculine temperament. However, in Han Xiao's memory, when the Blue Star players first met him, Ngojin was in a crippled state. Half of his face was almost a skeleton. Not only was his face disfigured, his left arm and legs had become mechanical prosthetics, and many artificial organs had been implanted in his body to maintain his life. Now, less than a year had passed since the start of version 2.0. Therefore, Ngojin had been crippled in this year, but he did not know the exact time. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he immediately took action. He shook off the upper echelons of Norios and stood in front of Ngojin. "Who are you? Don't block the way." The group of Godora warriors stopped, and Ngojin frowned as he sized up Han Xiao. Han Xiao gave a simple introduction. "Black Star? Oh, I've heard of your name. You and some other mercenaries captured a Dark Star mothership. Well done." Ngojin nodded and did not pay much attention to it. People of his rank usually paid attention to more important matters. He only knew about Han Xiao's name because one of his subordinates mentioned it by chance. He was in a hurry, so he patiently asked, "Why are you stopping us?" "It's just a greeting. By the way, do you need any help?" Han Xiao asked. This was a common opening line used by players. He was trying to see if he could trigger a mission to find out the goals of these Godora players. He lacked information and did not know about the confrontation between Darkstar and Godora in Norios. He only felt that something was amiss. This group of warriors was the reinforcements sent by Godora, and their mission was to rescue Oven. In the past few days, 2 more of Oven's doppelgangers had been captured, and the situation could not be delayed. Oven knew from the senses of his doppelgangers that the strongest person in the Darkstar team was a Grade B super called Forced Hard. Thus, Godora sent out Ngojin, who was the closest to them, thinking that it would be enough to deal with the enemy. Ngojin felt that he did not need help and could deal with the enemy this time. Thus, he perfunctorily said, "We don't need your help. We're in a hurry, so we'll be leaving first." Then, Ngojin walked past Han Xiao and left with his men. Looking at the backs of these people, Han Xiao stroked his chin. "TSK, I didn't trigger a mission. An incident that requires a calamity grade super to take action is probably quite risky. Since Ngojin did not welcome outsiders, then so be it." He could not be bothered to be snubbed. He opened the interface. Aim's character summon card that he had obtained previously, but he had not checked it yet. Character summon card Aim's Force Field Dragon's Gaze compresses a medium within a certain range, can be solid, liquid, or gas, and applies it to a target, causing the target to enter the immobilization state. For every 100 STR the target has, the duration will be reduced by 1s. Basic duration is 18s. Usage 01. Han Xiao felt that it was alright to obtain a powerful control skill. Ames had many skills, and at her level, at least 70% of them were useful. Although they were not powerful attacks, control skills were more flexible, and each had its own pros and cons. The group left the spaceport and returned to the surface. They rented a temporary stronghold, and he planned to rest there for a few days. At the same time, he bought some supplies. Norios had many shops, and he planned to strengthen his combat machines. 2 high-end knowledges and many advanced knowledges could be combined into better blueprints, which was enough for him to upgrade once. He still had more than 200 million EXP on his interface, and as long as he was frugal, he would have enough to combine blueprints. Just as everyone was resting, a storm quietly broke out. At the edge of Norio City 4, Ngojin brought dozens of Godora warriors to a skyscraper in an aircraft. There were many tall buildings nearby, and not far away was the maglev station that connected to the city. According to Oven's intelligence, the stronghold of the Darkstar forces was located on the 80th floor of this building, right in the middle of the building. Oven's main body had been in contact with the rescue team. He used his doppelganger to observe the Darkstar members and provide clues to Ngojin. His request was to deal with the Darkstar forces. Only after confirming that there was no danger would his main body appear. He was very cautious. The majority of the enemy's forces are inside. We will destroy the enemy's base first before dealing with the Darkstar members outside. Otherwise, we will alert the enemy. Now that the enemy's base does not know that we are here, we have the advantage of intelligence. Follow me. The aircraft slowly rose and approached the target floor. Ngojin's expression was serious. He slowly clenched his fist, and a thick golden flame flowed along his arm like liquid. He punched the outer wall. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a visible white circular shockwave spread out hundreds of meters in all directions. All the glass in the building shattered. The force of the punch penetrated through the 80th floor, leaving behind a hole that penetrated from the front to the back. The structure of the building creaked, and the middle of the building caved in, like a wooden stick that was almost snapped in half. Not to mention buildings, even a calamity-grade pugilist could destroy a battleship with their bare hands. As long as they had enough time, they could even transform into a self-propelled bulldozer and flatten the surface of an entire planet. After destroying the terrain with a single punch, Ngojin led his subordinates and charged in. He immediately saw the dizzy Forstard and the others. Ngojin made a hand gesture, and dozens of Ghidorah soldiers surrounded Forstard's team. I am Ngojin from Ghidorah's War Bureau. You have been surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender. I will send you to Rainbow Prison. The building shook, and Forstard stabilized himself. He revealed a savage smile as though he had seen his prey fall into a trap. Looks like we have caught a big fish. Ngojin, look to your left and right. Who do you think is the one being surrounded? Two surging energy waves suddenly erupted, and Ngojin's troops were sandwiched in the middle. Ngojin hurriedly turned around and saw Anna and Ashes staring at him from both sides. The thick killing intent almost froze the air. Why are there two calamity-grade supers? The information is wrong. Ngojin's expression changed drastically. Oven's information indicated that the strongest person in the hunting team was only a Grade B. Ghidorah had sent out a Grade A as insurance. With Ngojin taking action, even if Darkstar had a Grade A, both sides would still be evenly matched. However, they did not expect Darkstar to send out two calamity-grade supers to hunt down the traitor. This was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. This was a trap set by Darkstar. Anna and Ashes did not appear in front of Oven's doppelganger. Forstard pretended to be the captain and misled Oven that there were no calamity-grade supers in their team. Darkstar had guessed that Ghidorah would send reinforcements, so they deliberately misled Oven and guessed that there would only be one Grade A super in the reinforcements. This person was Anna and Ashes' prey. Darkstar not only wanted to hunt down Oven but also set up an ambush to make Ghidorah lose a top combatant. This was the reason why Anna and Ashes acted together. Ghidorah had fallen into Darkstar's trap. The Ghidorah warriors present felt a chill run down their spines. The pressure from two strong enemies almost made their hearts stop beating. They were extremely nervous and did not know which direction to defend. Ngojin's expression was grave. He knew that he was in danger and took a deep breath. We will die today. Who? Pugilist flames covered his entire body, and his energy fluctuations were on par with Anna and Ember's. He assumed a battle stance, and his gaze became resolute. His cheeks were clenched, and he squeezed out a roar from between his gritted teeth. Chapter 468. In the hall of the temporary stronghold, everyone was doing their own things. This time, the television in the room flashed, and a piece of news was broadcasted. Norios emergency report. 10 minutes ago, the western edge of City 4 was destroyed by someone. 3 streets were destroyed, and the station was paralyzed. The casualties and economic losses are being calculated. It is reported that the aftermath of the battle between supers is the cause of the destruction. The details need to be investigated further. The Public Security Bureau is involved in the investigation. Below is the footage. This piece of news attracted everyone's attention. Sylvia knocked on the door of the machinery modification room and called Han Xiao, who was addicted to machinery, to come out and watch the television. The news showed the scene of dozens of buildings collapsing and turning into ruins with black smoke billowing out. 10 minutes ago, this place was still very prosperous, but in just a few minutes, it was destroyed. The Public Security Bureau's aircraft were rescuing people. The scene was very noisy, and corpses were thrown to the side. It was a mess. No wonder there was a tremor just now. I thought it was an earthquake, the Volga boss said. Wilsander was cleaning his wings with a brush. He shrugged and said, "Is this a war?" Han Xiao pondered and said, "With such a high degree of destruction in such a short period of time, both sides are probably calamity-grade supers." He immediately thought of Ngojin, whom he had met once. The timing was right, and he felt that the possibility was quite high. However, this had nothing to do with them. He did not trigger any missions with Ngojin. Since there were no benefits, Han Xiao would not be a busybody. Beep beep. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. An unknown communication request came in, and Han Xiao accepted the request. The next moment, Ngojin's figure appeared on the screen. He was panting, covered in blood, and in a sorry state. "Black Star, please help me." Ngojin's tone was difficult to say. Not long ago, Ngojin had been ambushed by Darkstar. The aftermath of the battle had destroyed 3 streets, and all the elite soldiers he had led had died. That unknown calamity-grade super had instantly turned them into dust without even a scream. Those were his old subordinates who had fought alongside him for a long time. Now that they had been killed so easily, Ngojin was furious. However, he had no choice but to force himself to remain calm and deal with the 2 strong enemies calmly. Although he was the only one left, Ngojin did not have the intention of strategically retreating. He knew the principle of fighting to survive in the face of death. If he could get rid of a strong enemy, it would not be a loss for him. Even calamity-grade supers had differences in strength. Nagakin's strength did not surpass Anna and Ember's, and he was at an absolute disadvantage. His 2 opponents were both troublesome espers, and in just a short exchange, he was already riddled with injuries. The intense battle between the 2 sides quickly alerted the security team, and they arrived very quickly. Anna did not want to give up and give chase, but after weighing the pros and cons, he chose to temporarily retreat. He was not willing to be chased by the security team. The result of the ambush did not meet his expectations. He originally wanted to quickly kill Ghidorah's grade A supers, but Ngojin was a pugilist with a strong physique. He was only able to heavily injure him. Thankfully, Ngojin was a muscular guy, or else he would have died long ago. Dragging his heavily injured body and leaving the scene, Ngojin did not immediately bandage his wounds. The first thing he did was contact the headquarters and report his situation while enduring the pain. Ghidorah's War Bureau was shocked and immediately issued an order for Ngojin to be on standby. He was not to take any risks and prioritized his own safety. He requested the headquarters to send reinforcements, but it would take time to get there, and it was too late to count on the headquarters. Giving up and retreating were never in his dictionary. Even if he was alone, he had to stop Darkstar from achieving his goal. Just as he was hesitating whether to kill his way back, Ngojin suddenly thought of Blackstar, whom he had met once at the port. Perhaps, only the mercenaries could help him. Norios was relatively remote, and there were not many mercenaries around. The Blackstar mercenary was probably the strongest mercenary group in Norios, so he could only seek their help. He had rejected Han Xiao's help back then, but now he had to take the initiative to ask for help. This kind of behavior was too embarrassing. Ngojin did not expect such a situation to occur and could only brace himself to contact Han Xiao. For the sake of the mission, losing face was not a problem at all. Ngojin? Han Xiao was surprised. He had guessed correctly. Ngojin was related to the news and had been heavily injured by an unknown enemy. The help he was asking for was obviously related to this matter. All of Ngojin's subordinates had disappeared, and they were probably all wiped out. There was no one he could use, so he was asking for the help of the mercenaries. In just a short pause, Han Xiao had a rough idea of the situation. He remembered Ngojin's crippled appearance in his previous life. However, after taking a look, although the current Ngojin was covered in blood, his body was still healthy. "I had a mission and came to Norios to rescue a person who had betrayed Darkstar. His name was Oven, and Darkstar sent a team to kill him. There were 2 grade A supers on the team, and I was ambushed." Ngojin explained the situation in detail. Although he knew that telling the truth about the two grade A supers might make Han Xiao hesitate and not dare to help, Ngojin's personality was not one to hide the strength of the enemy and lie to the mercenaries. He was a straightforward person. Even if he knew that the mercenaries would reject his request, he would definitely tell the truth. Han Xiao was enlightened. When he met Oven, he had already noticed something, but he did not have any information. It was indeed related to Darkstar. Who are the two grade A supers on Darkstar? I'm not sure. Ngojin shook his head. Then, what abilities do they have? One can turn a person into dust and control a large amount of dust to form all kinds of weapons. If I don't use my energy to protect myself, he can also slowly peel off my flesh. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he said with a deep voice, carbon element control, ashes. He had thought that this guy had died under the bombardment of the fleet, but he had actually escaped. Not only that, he seemed to have successfully entered the Calamity grade. When Floating Dragon had first fought with Ashes had already been grade B+, much higher than him. If not for his talent countering the other party's trump card, they would not have been able to fight to a draw. Ember could almost instantly kill all carbon-based life forms that were lower in grade than him. This was a very troublesome ability, and it was practically a godly skill to clear out the entire battlefield. Only Arosha and himself would not be affected by it. Wilsander was a mixed-blood demon, and he did not know the composition of his body. If he was not carbon-based, he might be able to avoid being instantly killed. However, after Ashes reached grade A, he did not know how to use his Esper ability. Even his normal attacks were much more powerful than before. What's the other ability? Han Xiao asked. He's a shape-shifting Esper and can turn into a strange flying creature. It's about 4 to 5 meters tall and seems to have the ability to control the airflow. It's very fast and hard to catch with the naked eye. When it flies, it's surrounded by wind pressure. Not only can it protect itself, but it also has a certain degree of invisibility. It seems to be using some kind of method to deflect light. Moreover, the faster it flies, the stronger the wind pressure behind it will be. Shape-shifting, wind pressure, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Could it be Wind Demon Anna? The number of grade A supers in Darkstar was limited. Based on the performance of their abilities, Han Xiao could guess the identity of his opponent. Anna was one of the core members of Darkstar, and he was very difficult to deal with. After he shape-shifted, he could constantly increase his speed. If he flew a few rounds around a planet, the accumulated wind pressure would turn into a huge hurricane and sweep across the surface of the planet. These two people were very difficult to deal with. Han Xiao frowned. Before version 2.0, he did not want to provoke Darkstar directly. However, this was a chance to form a connection with a grade A God Aura super. This was a channel to contact the upper echelons of God Aura. With Ngojin, it would be easier for him to gain their trust when he handed over the mutation source. Furthermore, he could even discuss the benefits. Ngojin pursed his lips and waited for Han Xiao's reply. He secretly prayed that he would not be rejected. Han Xiao was his only savior at the moment. Time seemed to have been stretched out by his breathing. After a while, Han Xiao slowly shook his head. Fighting two grade A's is too dangerous. Ngojin's expression froze. While he had expected this, he was still a little disappointed. However, your mission is not to kill the other party, right? Han Xiao changed the topic. As long as Oven leaves Norio safely, the matter will be resolved. The problem now is that Ghidorah's reinforcements need time to arrive. As long as you help Oven avoid the pursuit of Darkstar, I can try to help you. Ngojin's eyes sparkled, and he was overjoyed. At this moment, a notification of a new mission appeared on Han Xiao's interface. Ngojin's request mission introduction. You have agreed to help Ngojin. His mission is to save a Darkstar traitor. Mission requirements. 1. Help Oven hide until Ghidorah's reinforcements arrive. 2. Kill all the pursuing troops of Darkstar. Complete any of the requirements to complete the mission. Failure condition. 1. Oven dies. 2. Ngojin dies. 2 mission requirements. Seems like stalling for time is the more reliable option. Han Xiao thought to himself. While it would be more direct to kill all the enemies, there were 2 calamity-grade supers. It would be better for him to rest. Of the 3 main storyline missions that he had received, one of them was Ghidorah's ally. There were many mission targets, and Anna and Ashes were among them. The rewards were extremely high, but Han Xiao was only thinking about it. It was unlikely that he would be able to complete it. Just as Nagojin was about to ask how they could cooperate, Han Xiao interrupted him. With just the few of us, we don't have enough manpower. Let me find you more helpers. Turning around, Han Xiao instructed Herles. Make an announcement through the Mercenary Alliance to the surrounding areas of Norios. The target is all the mercenaries nearby. As long as they can make it here, we want them all. Who will be the poster? Nagojin or Ghidorah? Herles asked. No, their names don't work. Han Xiao shook his head. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,